Senior 63 singles also coming out. Qualification matches finished. Everyone advanced to the main division. 3 out of 5 win by 2. Single elimination senior over 63 singles coming out. In both men's singles and men's over 50 singles, the players that did not qualify for the elimination bracket, those with 2 wins or more, the ones that had 0 wins or 1 win advanced to the secondary division, and we'll be doing some prizes for the winners of those 2 events. Just so you guys can keep playing, have some fun, and you're doing a prize at the end. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 for the secondary divisions, 3 out of 5 for the main elimination brackets. All right, 63 and over singles elimination match. James Sutton, you're on recall. James Sutton, senior 63 and over elimination match. James Sutton, come see me, or have your partner take you off recall when you get to the table. Need an official to stage, please.
Go ahead and have one. So, yeah, right there. You bet. You too, man. Looks like you got a buy, huh?
I did.
That's good.
I had to earn that.
Yeah, you did. You're right. You're right. That's why. Hi, bud. How'd you do?
I lost.
It's all right. Played good though. I
He was
bet.
really good.
Yeah.
Need an official to stage, please. Need an official.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. So I play the winner of
Callum Oakes or Jake Valencia. Table 39, it looks like. Yeah.
Got
some stuff over there. See us? Got contact cases. There's some gum. This is good. You're just going to get better every ball. Just have fun. I can try. I don't know either. I don't have any place to plug it in. Oh, I don't have earphone charger. Oh, you have a. You have a. Oh, it's all yeah. Yeah. Apparently they're archers.
Dad, the kid I played had a really good snake shot.
She's an interesting character. She talks a lot more like.
Just have fun, enjoy it.
It's okay, I'll just
All right.
Can you check that up? That on my sheet?
I don't know if I can, sweetie. Just,
Is that your first match you played?
I get notified. You get.
I don't have I can't log in. Get my phone's going
Your mom gets. Yeah.
Mom's in the middle of the match.
Well, they'll call you if they're late for it, but I'll see if I can.
Danny Lynch, are you in the room? Danny Lynch. You're on recall. Danny Lynch.
What are you, Junior?
Blue Cow, you're on recall. Blue Cow, you're on recall.
Number 19. There you are there. Right. Nina.
Am I up?
And Sue.
Jaden is the best kid.
Well, you just lost to Britain. Yeah,
Jaden is the best kid.
yes.
As long as I don't play JV.
Who is Jaden?
Where is kid?
Is that the kid?
play Lena.
Yay! I play Lena.
And you gotta buy.
Really? Alright, I play Lena. Is Lena good?
Yeah, you gotta buy.
She's alright.
You won there, man. You gotta buy. Counts as a win.
Or she's just the only person that hasn't. That's lost 2 games and they feel bad.
I wish I could see that.
I think I'm the only person who's lost.
Standings. I'm 1-1.
There you are, you're sitting 5th, buddy.
What am I sitting?
You're sitting 9th.
Hey, out of?
More recall. More recall. Luke out, England, both on recall. Rick Russell, I know you're heading this way, but please come see me, get off recall before you get to your table. Rick Russell.
Hi again, everybody. Jim Stevens with you here on a Saturday at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series / Texas State Championships here at the beautiful Westin Hotel just outside Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And we've got some men's singles action for you here on table number 1. Round of 64 action. Joel Munoz on the left, Jake Barnett on the right. This is the elimination bracket. So you win, you advance. You lose, you are done. But of course, both these players, all the players in singles, spent the entire morning and early afternoon playing qualifying matches. Joel Munoz, of course, the brother of the great Brandon Munoz, multiple world champion. Jake Barnett with that shot attempt. Those of you who don't know Jake, I recommend that you Google him. Jake Barnett. Quite the story. Best 3 games out of 5 in men's singles. We'll also have, of course, women's singles for you today. They have junior events, senior events taking place. In fact, my kids, both my children, Ari and Kian, are playing in the junior events. And they don't play a lot of foosball. They play a little bit. Competed at the World Cup last year, and then without really having played a lot, and then came home from that event in Spain and practiced for several weeks until life got too busy. But they're here competing. And Kian actually won his first match ever just a few minutes ago in his 3rd tournament ever. Meanwhile, back to table number 1, and there's Jake Barnett finding the back of the goal to the near side. It's 1-0. Always great to get back out on tour, and for me, it's been about 11 months since that Spanish World Cup of last year in Zaragoza. Chance to see old friends, watch some great competition. Great environment. This hotel's so nice. Ballroom, great playing conditions. Extremely well-run tournament by the great Steve Murray. And there again is Barnett taking some time and finding the hole, this time down the middle. Munoz. And turns that one over. Joel. Try to brush it through, taken away by Barnett, who was using that right hand defensively on the 5.
Robert Garcia, you're on recall. Robert Garcia.
Nice pickup here by Munoz. Joel still looking for his first score of this round of 64 men's singles match.
All right, Bukau is your second recall. You have 3 minutes before you forfeit your match in the secondary division. Bukau. Tom Yor, you're on recall. Tom Yor, you're also on recall. Daniel Lynch, this is your second recall.
Still 2-0 in favor of Jake Barnett. One's going to spin back to Munoz. And again, Barnett gets in the way. Defense has been very good so far. He'll use the left hand to pass it along the outside wall. Now step into the forward position and look to go 5-3. Lost that one midway through the pass. And the pass near side gets away from him. Munoz finds the hole down the middle. When in doubt, go to the center of the goal. Generally, the defender will be looking to defend the corners. And you saw Munoz find the center part of the goal. Barnett puts it into play and then calls time out. Just beginning a long day of table soccer from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Barnett will put it back into play. Munoz nicely along that near wall. We'll look to even it up here in game number 1. First, Jake Barnett, a member of the Canadian national team, who competed at the World Cup last year. Munoz from Costa Rica, who did not field a team in Spain last year. I'll tell you, if they did, if Costa Rica put together a World Cup team and was able to compete internationally, it would be a strong team. Led, of course, by Joel's brother, Brandon. What do you think about Carlos Cespedes and Kevin Romero? Joel, of course. There's several other really good players out of the nation of Costa Rica. Still 2-1 here in the first. And you look at the players here this weekend who will be competing for this title. There's Barnett now surging ahead once again by 2 goals. Up 3-1 here in the first. But of course, Tony Spredeman here, Tommy Yorb, Brandon Munoz, Brandon Morland, Terry Rue, Dave Gummison. Although Gummison not playing men's singles. I was talking to Dave earlier, and Dave is a guy, he's a doubles player. He's a forward. He's played very little singles. He's playing 63 and over singles. Think anybody's going to beat him? It's certainly possible, but I'll tell you what, Dave still remains a great player. And of course, there are qualifications on the line. There are travel packages, I believe, for the winners of many of these events, including that 63 and over event. So that could get Dave, at least partially, to that next World Cup. Saw Munoz had it, lost it. Comes back to Barnett. Whenever you see Dave Gummison, you know that Tracy McMillan can't be too far behind. And that one, it's going to trickle into the goal. Barnett up 4-1. Munoz still trying to get going. That one off the back wall just lands on the 3 out of Barnett, who can close out game number 1. Jake Barnett from snake shot position. Got to come near side, posting up, making the block is Munoz. Jake again using the left hand and then brings that one down nicely to the 5. Working working the ball methodically up the table. Jake Barnett goes 2-5, 5-3, and a chance now to go from the 3 to the back of the goal and win game number 1. His second opportunity to claim the opening game. Trying to come back down the middle. Munoz all over it. That near side was wide open. Munoz with the right read defensively, but another chance here for Barnett, who fires it home far side. It's 1-0 in favor of Barnett. Going to get game number 2 underway immediately.
Rick Dell, you're on recall. Rick Dell, you're on recall. Please come to the stage.
And do my house cleaning. Always an international tournament here at the Tornado World Series in Texas. It's the 3rd annual iteration of this tournament. A Canadian and a Costa Rican on the table now, but we have Germans and Austrians, players from Great Britain, Mexico, of course. Leading 1-0. Barnett looking to strike first here in game 2. That one blocked and taken away by Munoz.
Robert Garcia, you're on your second recall. Robert Garcia, please come to the stage.
Barnett can't hold on to the pass. Munoz with a left hook. Barnett reacted, made the block. But it's Munoz who grabs the rebound, sent towards the goal with a 5 by Jake. Joel trickles that one in to the corner of the goal to make it 1-0 here in game 2. And a timeout called here by Barnett.
So Tom York, Crane, table 37, live, table 37.
Now 2-3-0 in favor of Munoz. Now 4-1. So a couple of breaks here in this second game for Joel Munoz. It appears as though we'll be even at 1 game apiece here in just a short time if this trend continues.
Rick Dell, you're on recall. Rick Dell. Robert Garcia, you have forfeited your match. Robert Garcia. Rick Dell, this is your second recall. Rick Dell.
4-1 lead for Joel Munoz. Again, if you'd like to send me a message, a comment, question, anything else, Facebook Messenger is the best way. Jim Stevens. Barnett trying to work his way back into game number 2. And that's always a question, especially early in an event that you hope to go deep into. But how much, down 4-1, already up a game, how much effort do you put into coming back? And again, if you think along those lines, maybe you do sort of realize you're probably not going to win this game and save the energy. But there's also the approach where you just play every ball the same. Boy, this ball is just hovering on the very edge. He's going to go ahead and take the time penalty. I'm not going to wait for it. The players agree that we'll go ahead and take a time call. Ball awarded on the 5 to Munoz. But it's better than knocking the ball in, right? If you're back there, you can't quite reach it. You don't want to knock it into your own goal. Just let it sit there, have a time call. You do have to give the ball up, and in this case, Barnett able to make the steal and eventually get a possession. Shout out to our old friend Lex Mack. He's a Clipper fan. Oh, great dig there by Munoz. The quick hands allowed him to grab it on the pin, quickly bring it over, fire it into the goal, and we're even at 1 game apiece. Well, that was a beautiful play. Right now, we don't have any camera mixing or replays. Those will come later, but this is sort of a warm-up match, certainly for me. One game apiece. It's round of 64 action in men's singles. And today is singles day, so as a player, depending on your age, depending on your level of play, you can choose from a variety of singles formats that are all played simultaneously. So you can just basically choose one singles. It could be men's singles, junior singles if you're young enough, senior singles if you're old enough, women's singles, of course. And that rebound knocked in by Barnett.
Single eliminations are now starting.
It's 1-0.
Senior 50 plus.
But you have senior 50 plus, you've got senior 63 plus. Junior under 19, under 16, under 13. But it's all played today. Everything is played simultaneously. Everyone is playing singles who wants to play singles. Qualifications early in the day, the elimination bracket in the afternoon into the early evening, and the event ends today. It's all just 1 day of singles, and of course tomorrow's doubles. It's time for a lunch break, time for a dinner break oftentimes, and you always know where you're going to play, when you're going to play, who you're going to play in advance. It is a great format, and of course if you've listened to me over the years talk about my experience with the Swiss system or with this type of format, you know that I'm a big fan of it.
Stephen Darby, you're on recall. Stephen Darby.
And it is the one that is used internationally.
Murio, you're also on recall. Murio.
Jake Barnett, another early game timeout for Jake, as he'll step back to the table and look to extend his lead here in game 3. That shot attempt blocked up into the air and off the table.
Please help them out. If your opponent doesn't show up in 5 minutes, please put them on recall. You can do that by yourself through the app, or if you can't get the app going, I'm happy to do it for you. But if your opponent isn't there in 5 minutes, please put them on recall. And that's the best way to get the match started and to get this tournament finished.
One game apiece, 1-0 lead for Barnett. See Jake getting back there into defensive position to keep that one out. In transition game, of course, so important in the singles format. Going from forward to goalie, offense to defense. And you saw it exemplified beautifully there by Barnett as he slid back there to keep that last one out. Can't get back there for this one. It goes off the inside wall, off the man and in. Shot of three pretty good players there that our producer Julian went to. A steal here by Barnett. One game apiece, one goal apiece here in the third. And that one's going to all the way up the table and angle in. It's 2-1. Munoz will shoot the snake shot against Barnett, trying to take it out to that far side. Blocked and taken away by Jake. Jake couldn't hold on to it on the 5, but is able to knock it forward to his 3-rod. Opportunity here to extend his lead in game number 3. But there is Munoz out there to make the block. Round of 64 action in men's singles here on table number 1. A couple of great German players here this weekend as well. Bjorn Hoffmann, German champion. Roman Hanka, another German champion. And there you see in the background there, that's Munoz, Morland, and Rue. And congratulations to Brandon Morland, who was inducted into the United States Table Soccer Hall of Fame this year. And I think that man on the right there, Terry Rue, I would think at some point here in the near future will also be joining that exclusive club. Brandon Munoz eventually, about another 15 years. You have to be 40 years old to be eligible. Leading 2-1. Jake Barnett puts the ball back into play, banks it off that inside wall that might have been a pass that turned into a pretty clean bank to make it 3-1. Barnett won the first game. Munoz won game 2. Barnett back in control here in the pivotal third game. But there's Munoz setting it up, firing it home. Might have cut that one back a little bit. It's now 3-2 in favor of the Canadian Barnett.
Every elimination competition is 3 out of 5. Win by 2 in the last game up to 8. The secondary eliminations
Jake
are 2 out of 3.
swings and misses. Clock is running if there was one. Sort of an unofficial one. He is able to get it home within probably 15 seconds to that far side. It's now 4-2. Yeah, you don't want to rush it in that situation. Ideally, maybe you call a timeout when you know that even if it's an unofficial clock that you're looking for potentially to exceed 15 seconds. But you also don't want to press, don't want to rush it. And there is Munoz using the left hand down the middle to make it 4-3. Bounce pass. He really executes that pass well. Chance to take a 2-1 lead here for Jake Barnett. Would not be a bad time for a timeout. I believe he has one left. And mishits that, and that's calling a spin on himself. Was Barnett. It means Munoz will put it into play on the 5. And again, you're up 3-2. You got a timeout, rather 4-3, and you got a timeout. More often than not, probably you want to use it. That one sent towards the goal. And that one picked up here by Barnett. Jake leading 4-3. Can't hold on to that pass. And a timeout at 4-3 when you have it, it just allows you to sort of refocus. Oh, beautiful long far side snake shot by Munoz. That thing was deep, and suddenly it's 4-4. Big ball here. And again, that bounce pass, his signature pass. Barnett walks it. Tried to flip it over, then come back with a pull kick. I'm not sure that was what he wanted to do. He executed it pretty well and is fortunate to get it back with another chance. Jake. And that shot blocked up into the air and off the table. Means 4-4. So Munoz kind of looking to steal this one. It feels like Barnett has been in control throughout this game. But Joel was able to tie it at 4. He grabs it on the 5 and will call timeout. Round of 64, men's singles, even at 1 game apiece. As Munoz steps back to the table, puts it into play. Rushes it through the lane. He's got a chance to win game 3. Joel Munoz, who went deep far side on his last possession. Munoz fakes and will call his second and final timeout. All right, that group of 3, one of them's been replaced, but you do see back there Isabel Stelly, the outstanding lady player out of Louisiana. Jake with his Canadian national team hat on.
Still looking for Brad Blomqvist and Greg Bodian.
Joel will return to the table. He has possession of the ball on the 3-rod. He is out of timeouts. He's got an opportunity here to claim game 3. Joel Munoz. Try to come near side to switch, and the block by Barnett up into the air and off the table. So neither player giving an inch. They've each had opportunities, but have come up big defensively in potential game-losing situations. It is best 3 games out of 5, or even at 1 game apiece. That went off both posts with a left hand by Jake Barnett. I'll get the names right. Don't worry, folks. Shot down the middle on goal by Munoz. Barnett was back there defensively. Barnett smoothly along the outside wall. Again, that bounce pass. He executes that bounce pass so well that even if you're looking for it, it's tough to stop. Another opportunity here for Barnett. It's either his 3rd or 4th, but again, Munoz able to make the stop. It looks like Joel is giving him that near side, but disguising it well up to the point of release of the shot. You see Jake back there using the left hand on both goalie rods. Now steps back there, just keeping it out on that near corner. Turned into a defensive battle here at 4-4. Working the inner wall here. Barnett digging it off the wall with the right hand. Now we'll step into the forward position and look to pass with the left hand. It turns into a shot, though, as he bounces it, sends it in. It's 2-1 in favor of Jake Barnett. I believe that was a bounce pass. We have seen him work in that. It was sort of a bit of a hitch in the middle of it. And a result of that, it got through the 3, through the 2, and eventually through that goalie rod as well. And it's now 2-1 in favor of the Canadian, Jake Barnett. Here we go, fourth game underway. Munoz putting it into play. So both players making some big blocks down the stretch of that third game. But it was a bit of fortunate circumstance for Jake Barnett that ended up winning game 3 for him. Barnett looking to strike first here in the fourth, but again, hits it. Seen that 2 or 3 times from Jake Barnett. Shot down the middle. So Barnett mishitting that left hook attempt, picked up here by Munoz. And caught Jake in a switch as he drills that one home to the near side to make it 1-0 here in game 4. Two games to 1 lead for Jake Barnett.
Table maintenance to stage, please. Table maintenance.
Been a while since Jake has scored from this position. Again, having some trouble with execution, and we'll call timeout. Joel Munoz, the 25 seed in this event. Jake Barnett at number 40. Barnett finds the hole down the middle. Again, when in doubt, go down the middle. Just to sort of get a feel for it. And defenders tend to overplay the corners. And if you wait long enough, at some point that middle's going to be there. It was for Jake. And we're even at 1 here in game 4. And there is Barnett to take it away from Munoz on the 3. I mentioned this last night, but 20 years ago in 2006 on this very weekend, the first ever ITSF World Cup in Hamburg, Germany. And in many ways, maybe the most important tournament in the history of foosball. And that it led to a couple of decades of truly international table soccer with 5 different tables, multi-table style table soccer. That was the first multi-table event I'd ever worked. And I think the first of its kind. First time we'd ever brought that many countries together in one place, and it turned out to be just an amazing event. And to this day, I think the greatest match I've ever watched was that Saturday night, 20 years ago today, basically. USA versus France in the quarterfinals in a match that was more than 3 hours long, almost 4 hours long. And was just an incredible match. If you have an opportunity to watch that, and I'm not sure if that's on the Inside Foods channel anymore on YouTube or not, but if it isn't, I'll make sure it gets up there in the next month or two. And it is a legendary match. Meanwhile, we're even at 2. Here in game 4. Both players heating up a little bit offensively. The takeaway here by Barnett. Quick pass to the 5. Nicely done. Up next, looks like we've got a high-quality women's singles match for you. It's going to be Sullivan Rue versus Mariam Ali. Barnett will call timeout. Jake able to grab the rebound here at goal. Remember, this is elimination. You win, you continue. If you don't win, you're done in the event. But you say, well, you only get to play one match? That's it? You're done? Of course, here in the United States, we are very accustomed to the double elimination format. But you got to remember, these players, yes, in the elimination bracket, potentially you're only going to play one match. You lose in the round of 64. But this morning, all of these players played 5 matches. Everybody plays a minimum of 4 or 5 in qualification. And there is Barnett working the goal beautifully as he walked it and eventually found that hole to the near corner to make it 3-2. And Munoz had it, lost it quickly with the left hand. Barnett will pick it up on the 5. Watch out for the bounce pass. Nope, trying to go along the wall here, and it slides into the goal behind the defensive man of Munoz. It's match point. Jake Barnett looking to advance to the round of 32. And the winner of this one would face Cody Byrie. They've got a bye in the opening round. Four-2 lead for Barnett. Quick steal and then quick shot. Jake able to keep it out of the goal. Rebound comes back to Joel, who knocks it off that back wall, picks it up. Quick shot far side, this time up into the air and off the table. Again, taken away again here by Munoz. And the quick one here. So going with 3 quick shots in a row. And the third one finds the back of the goal to make it 4-3. Jake Barnett not quite out of the woods yet. He is able to grab this pass. Another opportunity to use a timeout. I believe he has one left. Looks like he's going to go ahead and shoot the ball for the win. Jake Barnett. Swings and misses on that shot near side. Munoz tried to go with a quick one. Lost it temporarily. Tries to brush it through. Can't connect. Picked up by Barnett. Suddenly an opportunity here for Joel Munoz to tie this game up, but tried to flick it near side. Blocked, but it bounces, and then inadvertently knocked in by Barnett. It's 4-4. Jake, fortunate to get a possession here. He went with that tic-tac left hook, went wide of the goal. And then Munoz unable to contain it. Barnett, second chance to win the match. To come near side, taken away by Joel. Trying to angle that one up the table, and it's going to spin back to Munoz on the 5. With a quick pass attempt, not quite able to reel it in. It rolls to a dead stop, which means Jake Barnett will put it into play on his 2. As he always does, uses the left hand Looks to pass it. Does so nicely along that near wall.
Table number 8, Stahl and Taylor.
Working it up the table, Barnett.
Taylor, table number 8.
Third opportunity to advance. Jake rocks, looks, and strokes it home to the far side in a tough 4-game match. Jake Barnett outlasts Joel Munoz, winning 5-4 in the fourth, winning 3 games to 1, and Jake Barnett advances to the round of 32. And we now have some women's singles action for you on table number 1. This is a round of 16. That's Mariam Ali on the left and the great Sullivan Rue over there on the right side. Looks like we've lost a producer over there. He looks like he might be busy. And we are kind of stuck on this camera angle for now. Here's Mariam. Whereas last year here at this event, she put on quite a show in women's doubles, winning with partner Stacy Fowler. And I think Mariam was averaging about 3 per game from goal. Just went on a run that I know she considers probably the greatest performance of her career. There we go. But she's got her hands full here. This is one of the great players in the world, Sullivan Rue, of course. From the first family of foosball, the Rues, Terry and Keisha. And Sully comes out to get the first 2. She's up 2-0 here in game number 1. Best 3 games out of 5. The winner would advance to the quarterfinals. Actually, this is a quarterfinal. My mistake. This is a quarterfinal, so the winner of this one would advance to the semifinals. The number 1 seed versus the number 9 seed in Ali. 3-0 now. And when Sully gets rolling and she gets on these runs, it is really hard to stop her. She is such a momentum player. Not just a good, she's just a good player all around, no doubt about it. But when she gets rolling, gets that momentum, it's to feeling it. And there's Mariam cutting it back between Sully's defensive men. It's 3-1. And a quick pass into the push kick. It's 4-1. 4-1 here in game 1. Make it 5-1 in about a minute and a half. Sullivan Rue comes out to win the opening game of this women's singles quarterfinal. She's now just 2 games away from the semis. It's up to Mariam now to figure out a way to counter what Sully is doing. And sometimes that means taking more time, slowing the tempo down. And it still may not work against this great player, but you need to have some sort of adjustment that you make. You see Mariam thinking about it, and she is a very smart player. Understands the situation. And she'll put the ball into play, opening up game number 2. Try to take it along the outside wall, taken away by Sully. Quickly through the lane, goes back into that push kick once again. Grabs it at goal, pull kick on goal, pull kick from forward on goal, and eventually the rebound grab by Ali. Sent back the other way with a left hand by Sully, who is electing to go with that faster-paced game. It's one she is very good at. Ali, though, wants to slow things down, and Mariam will set up the snake shot here, looking to strike first here in game 2, and she does, as she finds that far side of the goal. Mariam finds the near side, so after losing that first game, Mariam Ali comes out to get the first 2 of game 2. But back comes Rue. Sully will set up the push shot. Have that one blocked and taken away by Mariam. Mariam, a very good shooting goalie, as she showed you in women's doubles last year. Very consistent with her banks. Nice pickup here by Sully, going with that quick straight. Back the other way comes Mariam. I'm not sure it's beneficial for Mariam to try to compete with Sully playing up-tempo foosball. Mariam is able to hold on to the speeding ball. And it's 3-0. What a response here in game 2 from Mariam. Now it's up to Sully to make adjustments. Mariam on that one. Well, that first game, Rue won in about a minute and a half. But still looking for her first goal of this second game. And the steal here by Sully. Got to bring it down the middle of Mariam with the block. A lot of fun to watch this style of play, no doubt about it. Sully just getting it and going. And, of course, there's that one blocked back into the goal to make it 3-1. But, of course, you know, Sully at home is training against her father, Terry, who is a great up-tempo player. He doesn't generally play up-tempo foosball in tournaments, but if you've ever seen Terry Rue playing rollerball or two-ball rollerball or just pick-up games, funsy kind of stuff, he's amazing and super fast. And there's Mariam again. She's up 4-1. Rue will go with that short slider to make it 4-2. And if you're Mariam, you got to be careful here. It can happen quick with Sully Rue. Turnover by Mariam. And it's 4-3. And the momentum is shifted back over to Rue as she scores 2 quick ones in a row, but Mariam able to advance it along that outside wall. That quick shot attempt. Sully out there to make the block. Saw Mariam kind of go with a Sullivan Rue type shot, and another one trickles in for Sully. It's 4-4, and Mariam calls a timeout. Boy, tempo is so important in foosball. Pacing. That's where using the timeouts, making sure you're taking your time on rods, because you're not going to beat Sullivan Rue in an up-tempo style game. Mariam got off to the great start. Of course, Sully, just a matter of time before she puts together a flurry, and she did with 3 in a row. Mariam can't connect on the pass. It comes back to Rue. Set up a pull shot. The push shot angled up the table. She jumps into the forward position. Sent on goal by Mariam. Sully positioned correctly to make the stop. That one skies up into the air temporarily on the 3-rod of Mariam. It comes back to Rue. Sully so dangerous back here as well, and she angles that one all the way up the table and in. Sullivan Rue coming back from a 4-1 deficit here in game number 2. Steals it 5-4, and she's now up 2-0. Watch here. That one sent back in defensively by Rue. Remember, it was 3-0. And there's the one that closed the deal as it slowly went up the table, perfectly placed. And Rue now a game away from advancing to the semifinals. Mariam nicely through that far lane, opening up game 3. Taken away here by Rue. There's that same pass, or rather shot again. The hole is there, and she is able to finesse it in. It's 5 goals in a row from Sullivan Rue, make it 6. Right along the outside wall goes Mariam. Is able to trickle this one through. Big possession here for Mariam Ali. Sully's push shot just wide. That went up the table, then she jumps into the forward position, tried to slam dunk it home. Blocked by Mariam, but comes back to Sullivan. Going to shoot a pull shot. It's a couple other efforts on goal on the rebounds. Quick bank attempt by Mariam. A steal temporarily for Rue. Can't hold on to it. Comes back to Mariam. It can be just so dangerous trying to compete. Look at Sully get back there to keep it out. Trying to compete against Sullivan Rue, playing her game. Or one of her games. Because she isn't always quite like this. Get it and go, but she is really good at it. And you've got to counter that, ideally, by slowing the pace down. Her transition game is just so good, and she can shoot from every angle with every rod. A steal here by Mariam. And Ali finds the hole nicely to that far side to make it 4-1, rather 2-1. Boy, did she need that one. But back comes Sully. And finding the back of the goal with a push shot, so she answers. She's back up by 2 goals at 3-1. Already leading 2-0 in this quarterfinal in women's singles. That one fired on goal. There's Sully to grab the rebound and quickly convert with the pull shot. 8 of the last 9 goals have gone to Sullivan Rue, and she has a match point. Oh, beautifully banked off that outside wall, and that's something that Mariam does extremely well. And that's banking the ball, and she does so here effectively. It's now 4-2. Mariam hoping to stage her own comeback if she can, but she can't, as it's quickly knocked in with a 5 by Sullivan Rue. In 3 straight games, Sullivan Rue defeats Mariam Ali to advance to the semifinals, winning 5-1. 5-4 after trailing 3-0 and 4-1, and then 5-1 in the third to advance to the semifinals of women's singles. It was an onslaught from every rod from Sullivan Rue. From goalie, from forward, it was a nice shot. Mariam had a couple of beautiful opportunities and really played a good game in game number 2, but it was Sullivan Rue with pushes, with pulls, shots from goal, and defensive goals as well, who was able to finally put it away with that one. All right, folks. Grab a chair, put your feet up, grab your favorite beverage, and get ready to enjoy what should be a really good match here on table number 1. As you can see, it's going to be that gentleman there out of Germany. That's Robin Hanka. And he's going to go up against one of the greats of all time, and Tony Spredeman here on table number 1. In a match that should start here shortly. And this will be a round of 16 men's singles match. Tony Spredeman, just the number 5 seed, and Robin Hanka, number 12. Sam DeJohn was the number 1 seed after qualifying. Brandon Munoz at number 2. Tommy Yore, number 3. 3 pretty good players there. Blake Robertson qualified 4th. Tony 5th. Corey Taylor was number 6. Terry Rue 7. And Cody Byrie qualifying 8. Waiting for that number 5 seed, who, despite that 5th seeded position, remains certainly one of the primary favorites in this event. Here comes Tony hustling back into the arena. And we're about to ready to get this one underway. It'll be best 3 games out of 5. Again, the winner will advance to the quarterfinals. Robin Hanka, very decorated German player, long-time veteran of the European Tour. Get things underway here, trying to go through that high lane. Tony able to pick it up on the 3-rod and quickly execute the pole kick. It's 1-0. Looks like we could have a bit of an up-tempo match here, potentially. Which you know Tony would love. Hanka tried to come near through that near lane. Taken away by Spredeman. Goes with that left hook. Not sure what happened there. It almost looked like it jumped up, hit the 3-rod. Tony wondering why that one didn't go in. The hole was certainly there. And Robin will put it back into play. Again, best 3 games out of 5. And sent in with the 5 by Hanka. It's 1-1. Tony didn't look real comfortable in warm-ups, passing 5-3. And his pass is so precise and so precision-based that the rod has to be perfect. Although sometimes, of course, you can make adjustments, even if it isn't quote-unquote perfect. Still 1-1 here in the first. And Tony able to pick it up off that back wall. He'll set it up against Hanka. Slowly walk it, working that far side of the goal, then comes back near to make it 2-1. Every little tap, we've talked about this, of course, now for decades with Tony Spredeman, but every little tap, every little movement has meaning. It is setting up what eventually will be the shot. Another one to the 5 here by Robin, who's staying alive by scrapping. It's 2-2. Spredeman for the lead. Robin able to get a man on it. Rebound grabbed by Hanka. Oh, it's going to spin to Robin's 5. Another chance for Tony to surge ahead here in game 1. Sitting still, again, those little movements, then back out to that corner. Sort of lulls you to sleep and then explodes to a corner. We've seen that twice. First time to the near, this time to the far. And Tony back on top 3-2, quickly advancing it to the 5. If you're Robin Hanka, you want to continue to slow the pace down as much as possible. Obviously, you need to play good, solid defense. There goes Tony. Chipping that one through. Spredeman. Tried to go along the outside wall, and then Hanka watches as that one sort of spins in. He kind of froze up a little bit, but it was actually kind of tricky the way that looked. And Tony up 4-2. Spredeman. Always got to watch out for that left hook. And again, not connecting on that far side. He's not feeling real comfortable passing the ball 5-3. Tony Spredeman, of course, inducted into the National Hall of Fame last year, 2025. And that one's going to spin on in for Hanka. It's now 4-3. Really pretty amazing now when you think back 25 years ago is when Tony really broke through with that amazing performance as an amateur player. And there he is closing out game number 1, 5-3. Tony Spredeman leading 1-0. But yeah, 25 years ago, just about 3 miles from here, in the middle of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport at the Hyatt Hotel, Tony Spredeman won 5 events as an amateur player. You saw that one to the near side after sort of lulling him to sleep, and that kind of set things up for later. And Hanka with a couple of hustle goals, we'll call them. And Tony, same thing, far corner as well. And Tony won 5 events at the 2001, the famous historic 2001 World Championships. Boy, did that tournament have a lot of significant performances. Maybe the best doubles match ever, the final between Lewis Cartwright, Trevor Park, Frederick Collignon, Todd Lafredo, eventually won 5-4 in the 5th game, second set. After the first set also went 5 games and was won 5-4. Johnny Horton winning open singles that year. And also kind of under the radar to some degree because of those 2 significant performances. Tony Spredeman winning those 5 non-pro events. Next year he was in the open singles final. The year after that, he won the Tornado World Singles Championship. But it all started here at DFW Airport 25 years ago, at least on the Pro Tour. Tony leading 1-0 in games, 1-0 in score here in the second game. Hanka with a dead man pull kick. How about that? And even Tony sort of had to respect that, although Tony felt like he should have been there. You know Tony. But that was a deep pull kick from the German. Hanka looking to bank. Trying to go off the inside wall here. There's Tony to grab the rebound. Spredeman. Tried to come near side. Blocked up into the air and off the table by Hanka. Continuing to get possessions on the 3-rod. Tony Spredeman. And then with a left hand bouncing that one in. That is a beautiful shot by Tony Spredeman. You think about it, has there ever been a better left-handed shooter in singles than Tony Spredeman? I don't think so. Over the years, how many goals has he scored by design with that left hand back there at goal? And of course, he's also passing the ball beautifully as well, 2 to the 5. And Tony now up 3-1 in control here on table number 1 in this quarterfinal match. Rather, this round of 16 match to get to the quarterfinals. Shot on goal by Hanka. There's Tony absorbing the rebound. Quick pull kick, blocked right back into his goal. But back comes Tony. It's now 3-2. I feel like almost all of Hanka's goals have been either hustle plays, reaction plays, or defensive goals. You see him working the front pin and then firing at home. That's something you don't see often on a tornado table. Front pin shot beautifully executed in by Hanka, and we are tied up at 3 goals apiece. I think I can count the number of times I have seen a front pin scored from the goalie position. You saw Tony bouncing that one in with the left hand. Hanka now has come back to even it at 3 here in game 2. And a quick one here. Tony passes, grabs it, quickly converts. It's 4-3. A little bit of tic-tac there. Tried to hammer home that push kick. Tony able to grab it, using the left hand to pass it, then sends it on goal with a 5. Hanka will step back and look to be offensive, banked off the inside wall. What a dig by Tony. It was so good at grabbing loose balls. Chance for a 2-0 lead here in games for Tony Spredeman. She walks it and then finds the hole near side. It's 2-0. Game 3 underway. Hanka putting it into play. Spredeman leading 2-0. Slot in the quarterfinals awaits the winner of this one. And Hanka on the scoreboard first here in game number 3. There comes Tony with a quick pass to the pull kick. Whiffed on that one. It's back to Hanka. Hanka up the table, picked up here by Spredeman. And Tony's pass drops in. It's 1-1. That's the other thing, of course. Probably no one's ever scored more left-handed goals from the 2-rod at goalie than Tony Spredeman. Probably no one's ever scored more passes than Tony either. That's something he used to do maybe once a game, because he would use that far side passing series. He would hit it hard, and if you're not really watching out for it, and even if you are sometimes, that ball can end up in the goal. Even at 1 here in game 3. Robin. Does that one get away from him? Spredeman nicely along that far wall. You know, it's something the evolution of Tony Spredeman's 5-row, and there he is finding the hole near side. But Tony, of course, always, early on in his career, the first probably 10 years or more, was always tic-tacking on that far side. It was that fast tic-tac. He's going lane, he's going wall, bounce pass. Over the years, though, and especially once he started playing more international table soccer and competing on other tables, you would see him stop the ball or really slow it down on that far side passing series. As Tony to the far side to make it 3-1 here in game number 3. But that's the thing about great players in any sport, is that they continue to fine-tune, to hone, to incrementally improve their games. We've seen certainly the evolution of Tony Spredeman over the years in a variety of ways. A lot of it influenced by other tables. And this is a guy, of course, who's a multi-table champion, who's a Leonhardt world champion multiple times, and has become one of the best multi-table players in the world, while still probably being the greatest tornado player of all time. No disrespect to Todd Lafredo. Oh, angled in nicely by Hanka. But that's the key. No matter if you're winning, even when you're winning, you need to make adjustments. You need to continue to grow as a player. And we have certainly seen that from Tony. And you really see that, I think, from every great player. 3-2 lead for Spredeman here in the third. Fast shuffling defense shown by Hanka. That quick readjustment, then shot near side by Spredeman. Beautiful pass and then score. What a play by Tony as he passed it all the way to the 3 and immediately went with that little short dink. It's match point. Wow. Just when you think you've seen it all, you see something new from this great player. Originally out of the state of Wisconsin. Of course, represented Florida for many years as well. Has spent much of the recent years living in Romania, in Eastern Europe. Here's Hanka. That long pull kick, nicely done. Baked off the inside wall with the right hand by Tony. Hanka positioned correctly, was able to keep it out, and then thanks his goalie rod. And then turns it over and calls. There's Tony calling timeout. Fellas are having some fun down there on table number 1. Tony will put it back into play and look to win the match. Tony Spredeman looking to advance to the quarterfinals. Has that one blocked by Hanka. Fakes the pull kick. Will reset the snake shot and fire it home near side. So in 3 straight games, Tony Spredeman of the United States defeats Germany's Robin Hanka to advance to the quarterfinals in men's singles. Winning 5-3, 5-3, and 5-2. Starting to get down to it in the men's singles competition. Cream is rising to the top, including that man right there, Tony Spredeman, as he advances to the final 8 thanks to efforts like this. Hanka tapping the table, but thankful for the goal. Tony lulls him to sleep with that shot to the far side. And that one's just going to slowly roll through, much to the dismay of Robin Hanka. Tony couldn't keep that one out. Robin appreciating that shot far side. Tony says, yeah, how about a left hook? And the dead man, pull kick. Tony thought he was there. There's the goal with the left hand, followed up by one with the right. and a rare front pin shot from goal. Tony answered quickly. Continuing to work the snake shot. Well, a bit of a fortunate one there. Robin says, I'll take it. Tony maybe going dead man there. Definitely going dead man there. Opposite side. See if we get to the play from Tony here in a minute. Nice angling shot. Here it is here. Watch the pass and the shot. That was a beauty. And Robin Hanka, I guess if you're going to play the best player in the world, you might as well have a good time. Robin certainly did, but it was Tony that came out on top.
Whoa, is that real? Oh,
I'm Mark. Glad to meet you. Got to meet the daughter. I'm Mark. Sorry. Glad to meet you. Your dad speaks very highly. So don't ever say he doesn't. So, I thought, come on, okay. See that? That's either Lewis Cartwright or Tim Ward's first World Championship table thing. And I don't know. Any way you can look it up in your archives and film. Remember when there were 4 tens, 2 down in the front and singles up on the top? We had 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you remember? That was Lewis, and that was about 96, 97. When Lewis won, yes. Yeah. And he won on table 4, remember? But I'm not sure if Jerry Lewis they had 1, 2, 3, 4 tables on the pit. And it was for the world title. I don't think they'd have it on table 4. I don't think so. I just put it on table 1, right? It's always on. We call it ever being on table 4. So that's got to be Lewis. Who won the title? Against Robert Marr on that table 4. Table 4, though. But it was weird because they were 1, 2, 3, 4, and they picked 4 because it was a better table. I remember that. Unless they moved table 4 over into that. They had to be on the same table. Yeah. Table 1. I'm gonna have to go back and look it up in the archives and see what table shows the table. You have that? I have that, yeah. And I've had it forever. And I thought, well, maybe Lewis or Terry. I told Terry, said if I ever fly that, I found it. But I said, I don't know if it's from you or from Lewis. And he said the same thing. He goes, I don't know what table it's from. You get on your archives.
Junior singles elimination.
Yeah, you step out for a break, you come back, and they've started a match. And we are in game number 2. It is Terry Rue and Brandon Morland, with Terry Rue leading 1-0. Morland up 4-2 here in the second. Brandon Morland, of course, a new Hall of Fame inductee. And deservingly so. As he sets up the pull shot, finds the straight hole, and we are tied at 1 game apiece. Jim Stevens back with you. Terry Rue won the opening game 5-2. Brandon Morland comes back to claim game number 2 by that identical 5-2 score, thanks to that straight pull shot. This is a round of 16 match. These players looking to join, it's like Brandon Munoz, Tommy Yor, Tony Spredeman, Eric Brstein of Germany in the quarterfinal round. As we get game number 3 underway, it'll be Morland looking to strike first, and again going inside. Here's Rue. Winner of this match would face Brandon Munoz in the quarterfinals. And again, the cream rising to the top when we get to that quarterfinal round. Always fun to look at the names in that round, and it's generally, with an occasional exception, generally those same players who are just so consistent and always seem to be there. Here's Terry nicely through the high lane. We'll set it up in pull shot position and fire it home down the middle. It's 2-1. Terry Rue of Louisiana, Brandon Morland out of Texas. Morland looking to answer. We're tied up at a game apiece. And we're tied up at 2 goals apiece. Another great event here in Texas. Looking at the numbers, and the Coral app allows you to sort of keep track of how many players. It looks like at this stage we have had 259 players competing here this weekend. Solid turnout. Maybe not quite as many European players here this week as we had last year, where I think there were probably 75 or 100. But still a good turnout from across the USA, Canada, Mexico, and in Europe as well. And that pass off the man and in for Morland. It's 3-2. This kind of match really a pick 'em. Lead for Morland. Brandon always so good shooting the ball from the 2-rod. Taking some time and calls timeout. And I hope you're enjoying our live coverage of the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series from the beautiful Westin Hotel at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Morland again will set it up in pull shot position. Look at the chip it to that short side. course, Terry knows that. He knows that's the one hole that potentially could be there for Morland. But there's that one as well, as he slides that one across down the middle and in. That's always been such a big part of Brandon's singles game, is the ability to shoot from goal. Terry went with that quick push kick somehow. Morland there to make the block. Saw Terry go through the high lane, catch it with the middle man, and immediately into that bump kick. Went almost dead man, but Morland was there to make the stop. Terry gets it back, sets it up. It's a very tight straight hole. And we're tied at 3-3. Rather 3-2. Actually 4-3. Oh, we're still peeling off a little bit of the rust, folks. 4-3 lead for Morland, who can close out game number 3 right here. See the match, how tight it is. Last 20 goals, 10 each for these two great players. As Morland sets it up, trying to come down the middle. You saw Terry baiting him for that the entire time. Morland bit, but Terry was there to make the block. Morland, however, able to brush this one through that near lane. Another chance to win game 3 here for Brandon. Terry with another stop. Morland able to pick up the loose ball. His third opportunity to claim the third game for Brandon. Sets it up, takes a look. Terry again baiting him for that long and then gets out there to make the block. Some good high-end defense from Terry Rue. Morland will pick up the loose ball. And a left hook misexecuted by Morland rolls to the 3-rod of Rue, who can tie it at 4. Brandon's had some opportunities to close out this game, but Terry Rue's shot attempt blocked and taken back by Brandon. And that one blocked back into the goal by Rue. We're even at 4. Brandon trying to get another possession here. Rue defending with the right hand. Brandon crisply through that near lane. Fourth shot to put away game number 3. Morland. That shot attempt blocked by Terry. Almost grabbed on the 3 by Terry Rue. Is picked up on the 5. And Rue will call time out. Bringing you live coverage of the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series here in DFW, Texas. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, located right between the two major metropolis areas of Dallas and Fort Worth. Rue now with a chance to steal game 3, and he does as he passes it, goes immediately to that short side of the goal. Terry Rue comes back, holding off Brandon Morland, who had 4 chances to put away game 3. But Terry Rue playing some great defense and closes it out with some great offense as well. And that was a key one there. Morland sort of let go, but that was the key shot, the pass, the score, the third game win for Terry Rue, who is pumped. See if he can sustain it as we open up game number 4. And Morland with that long pull shot to open the scoring in this 4th game. Terry likes to set the ball up just behind the rod. You can see it's back farther than you'll see most players. And he's able to stroke home the long pull shot here to even it up at 1 here in game 4. Winner of this match advances to the quarterfinals in a showdown with Brandon Munoz. A long pull shot here by Rue, blocked by Morland. Nice save, nice grab, nice pass by Morland. All while standing on 1 foot. And the dead man long pull shot here. He's back on top 2-1. Two games to 1 lead for Terry Rue, and there's Brandon brushing it beautifully up the table and in. He's up 3-1. Terry Rue looking to cut the lead to 1 if he can. Again, setting it up. Gets a good set. And calls timeout. Terry Rue will put the ball back into play. Doesn't execute it there. Got it between the men. Sprayed it wide of the goal. Quick pin from goal. Terry will now slow things down. Try to bring it down the middle. Taken away by Morland. Brandon taking some time. Tried to go with that pull to a push kick. Doesn't execute it. Does get it back. Nice block there by Rue. Had to block that one twice on the way to the goal. Terry also a very good offensive player from the goalie position. That one fired just wide of the goal as he brought it over and came back with that short side push shot. Morland dumps it off the back wall, chases it down, grabs it on the 3. Looking to extend his lead from pole position, Brandon Morland. Yeah, and there's Terry exploding from goal. It's 3-2. Morland tried to chip that one through, couldn't connect, comes back to Rue. So Terry again falling behind here in game 4, but looking to work his way back into it. And again, firing that one just wide of the goal, but there he is to grab the rebound on the 3 and a chance to tie it at 3 for Rue here in game 4. And he does. 2 in a row from Terry Rue. Morland will call timeout. That was a beautiful play there, the dump off the back wall. But that pull shot from Terry kind of brought the momentum back over to his side of the table, and he was able to even it up to the short side as well. Looks like Morland might have overplayed that one, brought that man on the 2-rod a little bit too far towards him, and Terry found the hole. And the steal here by Rue. Rue's pass attempt stolen away by Morland. Brandon for the lead from pole shot position. And Morland strokes it home to that long hole. It's 4-3, so Morland back on top. But Terry with a beautiful tic-tac wall pass. Terry Rue. And it's match point. Terry with the fake and then the long pull shot. Evens it at 4 here in game 4. What a beautiful play by Terry Rue. Morland not feeling super comfortable on the 5. Will use a second and final timeout. Rue with the fake and the long. What a beautiful shot. You got to kind of freeze the defender, especially a goalie the quality of Brandon Morland. The fake kept him home, and Terry followed it up immediately with a long pull shot, successfully completed to even it at 4 goals apiece. Morland needs this one as he puts it into play on the 5. Brandon along the wall, couldn't hold onto it, fortunate to get it back on its own 5. And then rushing through the lane, chance to send it to game number 5 for Brandon Morland, who will set up the pull shot and find the straight hole. It's 2 games apiece. Brandon Morland, a little fake, and then to the short side. Big shot from Morland, and he is still alive as we now head to a 5th and final game in this round of 16 match. Here we go, 5th game underway. It's Terry Rue on the left. It's Brandon Morland on the right. Rue will put it into play. And last couple of games, it's been Morland who has got off to the good start. And Brandon able to hold on to win game 4. But Terry looking to strike first here in the 5th, and he does as he fires that pull shot down the middle. It's 1-0. Morland's pass attempt blocked by Rue. Still not looking super comfortable on the 5-row, Brandon Morland. Shot down the middle will squirt on through to Morland's 3-rod. Looking to answer from pull shot position and even it up at 1 here in the 5th. Morland fires it home down the middle. The 1-1 here in the 5th game. It's been a good one here on table number 1. Men's singles match in the round of 16. Terry able to rattle this one through. Rue has been shooting it well, and that continues here. As he again goes inside. He's up 2-1 here in the 5th. Oh, beautiful long brush up, but he couldn't hold on to it. But Terry did call the jar on himself, but that is about as steep as a brush up pass as you're ever going to see. Morland looking to even it at 2. Will reset. And then find the hole down the middle. It's twice here in this 5th game that Morland has found the split Terry holds on to that beautiful tic-tac through the high lane. Every possession's so important now. Rue fakes and then goes straight. That earlier play where he faked and went long sets up Brandon Morland for the fake and the straight. Terry back on top 3-2. Remember, it is win by 2 with a ceiling of 8 in the 5th game. As Morland will attempt to tie game 5 at 3. But first, a timeout. Morland putting it back into play. Taking his time. Trying to go inside to that straight hole. Rue staying home, makes the block. Rebound comes back to Morland. We'll take another look. That shot attempt blocked by Rue again. Using the left hand. Morland contains it. Now we'll step back and look to be offensive as he banks it off that inside, rather outside wall. They're still going to clear it and grab it. But Rue got the left hand back there to contain it. Terry leading 3-2 here in the 5th game. That shot attempt rattles towards the goal. Morland able to dig it out. Brandon, the dump, the chase, the catch is beautiful. Morland to the straight hole. We're even at 3. Rue with a pass attempt that gets through and in. It's match point once again for Terry Rue. Remember, he had a match point in game 4. Morland was able to get that 5th point to send it to this 5th game. And Brandon will now look to send this match to overtime. Morland, who has gone split twice, straight once. Here in game 5, tries to go long here, posting up, making the block and taking it away. It's Terry Rue who fires it up the table and in. And Terry Rue holds on in 5 games against Brandon Morland, winning 5-3 in the 5th to advance to the quarterfinals in men's singles. Terry Rue winning 5-2, 2-5, 5-4, 4-5, and 5-3. Advances to the Elite 8. Brandon Morland with a somewhat disappointing 9th place finish. Players exchanging pull shots early in game 5. Rue, the short side. Morland answers down the middle. But Terry comes back again, finding the straight. That dump and chase play worked a couple of times for Morland, as did a straight pull shot of his own. Terry finally able to put it away from goal and win it in 5 games to advance.
Need a fish on the stage, please. Need a fish on the stage. Need a fish on stage, please. Still looking for help us out. Mike Shore, where you at? Yeah, I'll start. The amateur doubles, 5 o'clock, so we've got 10 minutes left to sign up for amateur doubles. Amateur doubles. Jeremy Ortega. Please, Jake, please, Jeremy Ortega. The Miles McGregor stage as well. Jeremy Ortega and Miles McGregor. looking for Jeremy Ortega to stage as well, please. Jeremy Ortega. Supposed to be playing with Morland Enriquez, but we need Jeremy Ortega up here before we get you guys into the tournament. Scott Peppers. Jim Provost, Archimedes to stage, please. Jim Provost, Archimedes.
Back with you here on table number 1 for a quarterfinal match in men's singles. Terry Rue, coming off that win over Brandon Morland, will face one of the guys I think really are one of the pre-tournament favorites, certainly one of the best singles players in the world on Tornado, and that's Brandon Munoz. Munoz with the first scoring opportunity of game number 1. Now, what's it been now? 6-7 years since we first saw Brandon Munoz in Kentucky, and a guy that really never stopped the ball in singles. Everything was angled towards the goal with the 5 or pull kicks on the 3. High speed, like maybe we'd never seen before. Just brilliant talent. But over the years, he's had to refine his game. He's had to change the way he has played a little bit. Of course, certainly the amazing creativity and the amazing skills are still there. But he has become a much smarter player and will slow it down, take his time, do what he needs to do when he has to. And there you see him angling in from that goalie position to make it 1-0. Still, when you face Brandon Munoz, I think you still need to slow the tempo down, slow the pace down, even if you are Terry Rue, who can play high-speed foosball. And Terry now with a chance to even it up here in game number 1. There's a little bit of a fake, and then he tried to go with that long pull shot. Didn't execute it. Munoz able to squirt this one through. Here's Munoz. Brandon Munoz has come out to get the first 2 of game number 1, and Terry Rue will call timeout. You see Brandon Munoz, originally from Costa Rica, now playing out of the United States, which is interesting if he is now an American citizen, and I'm assuming he is if he is playing for the U.S., but certainly a guy you would consider for the next United States World Cup team. Terry Rue, a regular on that team for many years, but Munoz would be an interesting addition if he was considered for that position moving forward. Down 2-0, Terry Rue looking to cut the lead to 1. As he sets up the pull shot, there's Munoz with those quick hands to make the block and take it away.
Still looking for a result for Bjorn Hoffman and Michael Stahl. Someone help us out, please.
You know, one of the things that is so important, especially when you have a matchup against a fellow master player, there's Terry ripping it home with a pull shot on that 2-rod, or rather 3-rod. It's 2-1. But you always want to have a game plan. You always want to have an approach, an idea of what you want to do against that opponent. And that game plan, that approach can change. It can evolve during the course of a match even. But you want to have a good starting point. You want to have an idea going into a match. I'm going up against Brandon Munoz. I want to look for this. I want to look for that. I want to slow the tempo down a little bit. But you have that game plan. And again, it can evolve and it can change. And it can be a ball-by-ball ball game plan oftentimes. But you have a good starting point. An idea going into a match every single time of what you want to do, what your approach is going to be. And with Munoz, you know you got to look for the quick stuff, but you really need to slow the tempo down. And sometimes that to an extreme. Nice grab on the 3 by Rue, who finds himself down 3-1 here in the first. Winner of this one will advance to the semifinals. Terry fires home that pull shot, setting it up, taking his time, and drilling it to make it 3-2. Four-2 lead now for Munoz here in game number 1. Brandon off to a quick start, sprinting from the gate. Rue tried to go straight, rimmed that one off the post. Comes back to Munoz. Taken right back by Rue. And we're going to call a jar here. You saw Terry make the call, and if Terry makes the call, you're going to give it to him. Probably not a more honest player, better sportsman anywhere. Rue finds the straight hole to make it 4-3. Terry shooting the ball well, but still finds himself down by a goal here in game number 1. Munoz ripping it near corner. Terry answers with a long pull shot. Brandon still finding that near corner, but Terry this time to the short side. A 4-3 lead here in game 1 for Brandon Munoz. Brandon will call time out. Brandon Munoz, the number 2 seed after qualifying. Terry Rue at number 7. And Brandon will put the ball back into play. Leading 4-3 here in the first. And Terry beautifully from that 2-rod evens it up at 4. Great shot by Terry Rue. Back comes Munoz quickly to that near side. We'll set it up looking for a first game win. Munoz rocking. And try to take it out far side wide of the goal, up into the air and off the table. We'll put it back into play. Zigzags that one up the table where it's picked up by Munoz. Boy, both transition games are just so quick. Munoz dumps, chases, can't hold on to it on the 3. 4-4 here in the first. You get the sense that this game is probably more important for Terry Rue than it is for Brandon Munoz. Munoz fired that one on goal, couldn't grab the rebound. Comes back to Rue. Been a good one so far. Rue slides that one on goal. Back comes Munoz the other way, and then it's Rue able to pick it up on the 3-rod with a chance to win game 1. Terry will set up the pull shot against Munoz. Rue comes back with that rolling pull shot blocked by Munoz. Terry off the back pin, turns it over to Brandon. Now Brandon Munoz with a chance to win game number 1, but that shot attempt blocked and taken away by Rue. What a great first game here. That one, fortunately, ends up on the 5 row of Terry Rue. Rue trying to go through the lane, knocked down by Munoz, comes back to Rue. You get the sense maybe this goal is going to come from the goalie position for one of these two players. Rue slides that one up the table, jumps into the forward position, couldn't grab it on the 3, does pick it up on his 5 row. And Rue along the wall. Another chance to win game 1 for Rue. I believe he does have a timeout remaining as he sets up the pull shot. And strokes it home. It's 1-0. Wow, what a play by Terry Rue. And they're going to switch sides. Boy, Rue going deep on that last pull shot to the long hole. One game to nothing lead for Louisiana's Terry Rue. And don't forget about Foos app. Download now at foos-app.com. Or head to the App Store if you're an iPhone user. Terry Rue wins the opening game 5-4 of this best of 5. I believe immediately following this one, and we'll double check, but I believe it's the women's singles final. Sullivan Rue, Isabel Stelly.
Scott Blackburn to stage, please. Scott Blackburn to stage.
All right, it's now Terry Rue on the right. It's Brandon Munoz on the left. Munoz able to pick it up after that missed shot. He'll reset, take some time. There's Terry waiting for him. You do get the sense that Terry had a game plan coming in. He kind of knew what he wanted to do defensively. But both these players living in, I believe, Louisiana these days, and so they do compete against each other on a fairly regular basis. Know each other's games very well. Another chance here from Munoz. He finds that hole down the middle. It's 1-0. Terry Rue won game 1 in really an outstanding performance. 5-4. Rue will look to answer as he'll set up the pull shot. He's been shooting it well. And he finds a very tight straight hole, and Terry can do that. You really have to be on it because he's going to hit that near corner. He did so there to make it 1-1 here in game number 2. Munoz looking lane, looking wall, tried to go wall. Couldn't hold on to it. Picked up here in the 5 by Rue. 1-0 for Terry Rue in this men's quarterfinal. The key for Terry is to continue to shoot the ball well here. Put quality shots on goal. Rue will reset. And now a lot of time here, trying to come back with a push kick. Kind of got forced into doing something he really didn't want to do. We're even at 1 here in this second game, and that was going to spin back to Terry. He couldn't grab it. Munoz does. Gently to that near wall for Brandon. Quick shot attempt blocked by Rue. Terry very focused on defense right now. Blocked up into the air and off the table. Munoz now up 2-1. Munoz went with a quick one with the right hand on the 5. It comes back to Brandon and taken away by Terry. Rue strokes it home to that long hole. Munoz guessing straight, guessing split. Terry Rue going long. Rue can't hold on to that pass. Comes back to Munoz. Brandon tried to make it off that inside wall. It kind of slid along that wall, went wide of the goal. Munoz again. This time down the middle, taken away by Rue. Who can come back to that short side with the dink. It's 3-2. Terry with such a great feel for the ball on that 3-row is surged ahead by a goal here in game 2. Back comes Munoz, passing it through the lane, setting it up, trying to come back down the middle. There's Terry looking for it, making the block and taking the ball away. And stolen away by Munoz. Brandon. Rue out there again. Tic-tac wall pass. Munoz attacking. And finding the hole to that far side to make it 3-3. Here's Terry. Brandon Munoz, beautiful pull kick. Brandon looking inside, Terry going outside, then Terry with that little dink, which he does so well. But Munoz hammering far side. And we are even at 3 here in game number 2. Terry Rue will put the ball back into play. Rue sets up the pull shot. Try to come down the middle, blocked by Munoz. Rue again. Time to come down the middle again, but Brandon not giving it to him. The 5 has been solid for Rue. On split the last 2 times. You come back to it? Yep, you tried to, but 3 blocks in a row from Munoz. All right, if you're Terry Rue, what do you do now? You try a rolling pull shot, which is taken away by Munoz. Tied up at 3 here in game 2. For the lead, Munoz strokes it home to that near side. 4-3 lead here in the second for Munoz, who blocked Terry Rue 3 consecutive times. And then came back with that shot to take the lead. Quick left hook on goal. Brandon. Finds that short corner. It's 1 game apiece. The key there was that little short tuck from Brandon Munoz. And he has evened things up at 1 game apiece here in this quarterfinal in men's singles. Terry Rue won game number 1, 5-4. Brandon Munoz comes back with a 5-3 victory in game number 2. The winner of this match will advance to the semifinals. Winner of this match would face either Bjorn Hoffman of Germany or Tommy Yor of the United States. As we get game number 3 underway. Shot down the middle by Rue. Picked up here by Munoz. This is a big game, I think, especially for Terry Rue. Yeah, Brandon Munoz, such a momentum player. If he goes up 2-1, it'll be tough to come back against him. And Rue will look for goal number 1 of game number 3 right here. So he sets up the pull shot. Tried to go with that long hole, blocked by Munoz. Comes back to Terry. Munoz has been really good defensively down the stretch, but there's Terry going back to the well to that long hole. He's up 1-0 here in the third. Back comes Munoz along that near wall. He'll set it up, looking to even it up. And he does. There's that little tap middle where you fake far side. Opening up that center hole just enough to squeeze the ball through, or even at 1. Went up into the air and off the table. Munoz for the lead. Terry with a block and the takeaway. 1 goal apiece, 1 game apiece. Rue has that one blocked back into the goal by Munoz. Always dangerous to go down the middle against these quick-handed master players, and Terry paid the price right there. The last 20 goals, 10 each. Terry went with a fake and then tried to come back with a split and then comes back with a push kick. It's 2-2. Munoz for the lead.
Players, once you come in the room and you're on recall, please come on the stage and tell us so we can take you off recall.
Still upcoming, of course, men's semifinals once we get there. And the women's finals, women's singles final coming up. Sullivan Rue, Isabel Stelly. I believe that's what we'll have next here on table number 1. And Terry Rue able to stroke it home. Rue up 3-2 here in the third. In a very tight match. Munoz along the wall. Brandon, quick shot near side, blocked by Rue. You can kind of see that Terry Rue has a lot of experience defending against Brandon Munoz. Kind of knows where to be and when to be there. And there's Rue, deep pull shot from goal. He's up 4-2. Terry will call time out. Down 4-2. Brandon Munoz puts the ball back into play. Try to go along the wall. Knocked down, almost stolen away by Rue. Comes back to Brandon. Again, Terry had a chance, and now that ball's going to spin back to Rue. That was kind of an odd play. chance to take a 2-1 lead for Terry Rue, who sets up the pull shot and strokes that pull shot to the long hole, but blocked and taken away by Munoz. Quick clearing effort near side. Going to roll to a dead stop, which means Munoz will put it back into play and quickly go with that left hook. Terry Rue will call timeout. Well, it doesn't get much quicker than that. Are you ready? Boom, boom. Ball's in the goal. You've cut the lead to 1. Rue with a chance to take a 2-1 lead as he puts it into play, brushes it through, sets it up, strokes it home. So Terry Rue, strong third game performance, has surged ahead here in this men's quarterfinal. He's up 2-1. Here we go, fourth game underway, and Munoz puts it into play. Does it, and then loses it to Rue, who will look to advance it here in game 4. And Terry up the table with a pull shot, will step into the forwards position and grab the rebound. Rue looking to strike first here in game 4. He's already up 2-1. Terry strokes that one to the long hole, blocked by Munoz, but Terry continuing to put high quality shots on goal. Rue getting opportunities early here in the 4th. Fakes, then try to go to that straight hole, but you see Munoz staying home to make the block. No score here in the 4th. 2-1 lead for Terry Rue. And Munoz strikes first. Rue continuing to get possessions, and he has definitely had more possessions on the 3-row during the course of this match than Munoz. But he needs to take advantage of them, and this one wide of the goal. Rue again from pull shot position, but again there's Munoz to make the block. Right now Brandon's defense carrying him. Well, with a quick one near side taken away by Rue. Munoz looking to extend his lead here in game 4, but that one blocked into the air and off the table. Nice snag by Munoz. And Terry with a pull kick from goal, or even at 1. Picked up here by Rue. But a solid performance for Terry. Although he's been blocked, I think, the last 4 or 5 times here on the 3-rod by Munoz. As Rue again with a long pull shot, blocked by Brandon, who eventually snags the rebound. Even at 1 here in game 4 as Munoz able to pass it along that near wall. Brandon again unsuccessful on that 3-row, and really that's been the key to the match, has been Terry's ability to stop Munoz 3-rod. What a great save there by Brandon, who got the left hand back there to keep it out. But it's been the defense of Terry Rue that has been the difference. And Rue again from goal. It's 2-1. So Terry, who is slowed down offensively on the 3-rod, is starting to pick it up offensively from goal. Terry looping around the ball. Slides that one up the table, and again, Munoz so quick in transition. But he's got to find a way to score against Rue. Bank that one off the inside wall on goal, and there he is to grab the rebound. He'll set it up. Takes some time, and a beautiful switch and block by Rue. Terry able to grab it on the 5. And Rue with a chance to extend his lead here. Been a while since Terry has scored from the 3-rod. Is he due? Well, we'll find out after this timeout. Terry Rue putting the ball back into play. The block by Munoz, but it trickles in. It's 3-1. Again, Terry Rue has been so good defensively throughout the match. And he does fire this one home from the 3-rod to make it 3-2. And back comes Munoz again. We're tied at 3. The timeout called. So 2 in a row from Brandon Munoz. Just when you thought maybe Terry Rue was going to surge ahead. 2 in a row from Munoz. That one off the outside wall, off a pin. Big ball here for Rue. And he can't hold on to the pass. Munoz, look out here. Short side right back back into his own goal. A break for Terry Rue, and he's got a match point. Terry up 4-3 here in game number 4, and takes it away. Terry Rue a goal away from advancing to the semifinals, and a big win potentially, certainly against one of the pre-tournament favorites. Terry has this one stolen away by Munoz. Brandon. And there's Terry with a switch, and the block sends it up the table. Munoz with a left hand, and now we'll step back into offensive posture. Try to send that one up the table on the near side, picked off here by Rue. Chance to win it for Terry. We'll bring it across and set up the pull shot. Rue. Munoz digging defensively. Terry strokes it home down the middle, and Terry Rue in 4 games defeats Brandon Munoz to advance to the semifinals of men's singles. Great performance from that man right there. The defensive side of the ball was outstanding. Also able to find a way to get through Brandon Munoz from that 3-rod. Solid offensive, solid defensive performance as well from Rue, and he advances to the semis. We've got more action for you here on table number 1 as we're now going to bring you the women's singles final. Two of the great American lady players on display here on table number 1. Both players out of the state of Louisiana. Isabel Stelly on the left side, Sullivan Rue on the right. Best 3 games out of 5. Number 1 seed in Rue, the number 3 seed in Stelly. Isabel defeated the number 2 seed Vesti Hoffman in the semifinals, 5-5, or rather 5-0, 5-2, 4-5, and 5-4, where Sullivan Rue was able to defeat multiple world champion and new Hall of Famer Stacy Fowler in her semifinal, 5-2, 5-1, 5-3. These two ladies know each other very well. Going to be Sullivan Rue on the right. It's going to be Isabel Stelly on the left. And I think we are about ready to go. Sullivan Rue will put the ball into play, opening up game number 1. Best 3 games out of 5, with the winner being declared as the women's singles champion. Rue, got to go to that long hole, and you see Stelly, who has always defended Sully pretty well. Almost a straight race there. Stelly sends it back the other way. Two very talented lady players on display here on table number 1. Turnover here by Stelly. It's always a challenge when you face someone so often to know what adjustments you need to make. I mean, they know you so well, they know your tendencies, they know what has worked for you in the past, and how do you overcome that? What adjustments do you make? That's the key. Rue knows that Stelly has raced her pretty well, so what do you do here? Ideally, you don't continue to go long, maybe a high back straight, a moving straight, or a rolling pull shot to make it 1-0. Stelly with a quick slingshot to make it 1-1. Boy, she made that look easy, didn't she? Sully going with a pull. Those adjustments that we're talking about, those adaptations, don't always mean shooting a different shot or changing where you're shooting it. Sometimes they mean slowing tempo down, speeding tempo up. How you use your timeouts. Stelly up 2-1 here in the first. And make it 2-2. It's Sullivan able to strike from goal. Isabel. Blocked and taken away eventually by Rue. Sully able to dig it out on the 5-0. Two very good transition games, two very good singles players here. And the turnover almost by Stelly. Sully couldn't hold on to it, or even at 2 here in game 1. Just getting the women's singles final underway here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series. Banked off the outside wall towards the goal. Picked up here with the left hand by Stelly. Angled on goal by Rue, and she's there to pick up the rebound. See if she sticks with the pull shot. Tries a rolling one down the middle here, blocked by Isabel. Again, Sully. Straight hole, Isabel with the block. Two here in game 1. And Stelly fires that one home to make it 3-2. Sully coming back, fired that pull shot wide of the goal. Yeah, you wonder whether Sully shooting that pull shot does have that long. Obviously with a push shot she does. But does not feel confident shooting against Stelly, who has had some success defending her. Here's Isabel looking to extend her lead. And she does, tucking that one home to the far side. It's 4-2. Boy, Isabel hustling back there to make that save. Again, transition game, so important. And there's a quick pickup and a quick pin shot from Sullivan Rue. She's back within 1 at 4-3. But transition game, oftentimes, it's you watch the feet moving. You move your body. You don't just reach for rods. You saw that beautifully from Isabel Stelly. Well, Sully able to hit one from goal. The pin shot, front pin, snake shot's been working well for Stelly. Isabel Stelly leading 4-3 here in the first game of the women's singles final. Fortunate to get this one through and a chance to win game 1 for Isabel. As Izzy sets it up, rocks. Try to come near side, beautiful switch and blocked by Rue. Showed it to her, and then took it away. Shot down the middle on goal with a push shot, and then right back off the wall and into her own goal for Stelly. It's 4-4. Isabel can't connect on the pass. Rue sends that one up the table. What a great save. Again, transition defense from Stelly. Kept it out, but Rue is able to pick it up on the 3-rod. Set up the pull shot. Again, spraying that long wide of the goal. Stelly able to keep the rebound out. Well, now step back there looking to shoot. Stelly. Almost lost it, sent towards the goal, then picked up on the 3-rod by Rue. Sully strokes it home down the middle. So Sully comes back from a 4-2 deficit in game number 1 with 3 in a row to steal the opening game of this women's singles final. That one spun towards the goal. What a great save by Isabel. That is great stuff. But it was a split down the middle from Sully that put game one away. Wow, that was some great video there of Isabel Stelly making that save. Second game underway. Stelly will have the first scoring opportunity. And finds the hole down the middle to make it 1-0. Right now you feel like the stronger three row belongs to Isabel Stelly. And some of that is just, I think, a little bit of a lack of confidence shooting the push shot for Sully, although she does find the straight hole here off that pull shot set. It's 1-1. What is he? Able to pass this one through and set it up. And again, finding something inside. A bit of a cut on it. She's up 2-1. Sullivan Rue leading 1-0 after stealing that opening game, after trailing 4-2. Isabel might have overshot that first one, does put this one on goal, but Sully out there waiting for her. The thing about Sullivan Rue, though, is she can find goals from other positions, does not have to rely on the three row, and you see it there. It's, again, that brush, that angling mini push shot, if you will. Kind of a brush up the middle has been effective for her. Or even at 2. Stelly to the near side. It's 3-2. Rue coming back. Boy, the level of play you see these days from the lady players. And again, that split pull shot. If you're Stelly, you kind of got to make Sully go long. You got to see if she can, whether she has a good strong long off that pull shot set. Stelly coming back and again finding the inside to make it 4-3. The goals coming quickly here in this second game. Rue able to rattle that one in. It's 4-4. Boy, 8 goals in about 2 minutes here in the game number 2, and a steal here from Rue. Sully will dance with it and call timeout. Isabel Stelly has been shooting it well from that 3-rod. Sully with a pull shot has found the inside nicely, as has Stelly with the pin. A break there for Sully to tie it at 4. She'll still step back to the table and put the ball back into play. 4-4 here in the second game, passed down the middle by Rue, who will look to take a 2-0 lead as she sets up the pull shot. That shot attempt blocked and taken away by Stelly. Shot on goal by Isabel. Kept out by Rue. Sullivan Rue fires that one up the table and in as she tucked it to that short corner. Sullivan Rue now up 2-0. Sullivan Rue just a game away from another championship win. Third game underway. Stelly puts it into play, puts that one on goal with a 5. Grabbed by Rue, who fires it home from goal. Again, that's the thing with Sullivan Rue. She can hit you from so many different spots on the table. Sully up 2-0. Up 1-0 here in the third. Rue has that one blocked back towards the goal. Continuing to stay aggressive offensively from goal. Rue again. That's 5 or 6 she has scored back there in the match. She's up 2-0. Sullivan Rue in control here on table number 1. Big shot here for Isabel, who finds that far side of the goal. It's 2-1. She needed that one. Back comes Sully. And Rue able to rattle that one home down the middle. So coming down the stretch here, Sullivan Rue up 3-1 here in the third. Is he able to pick that one up off the back wall? There's Sullivan with the block. She captures that spinning rebound. Stelly able to steal. Isabel will rock, look, and stroke it home to that near side. It's 3-2. That one blocked back towards the goal as, again, Sully tried to go through the high lane. Sully not giving her that pass right now. But you got to watch out here. She has been so dangerous from the 2-row. And again, this time near side. 3 here in game number 3 for Sullivan Rue, and it is match point. It is championship point for Rue. Goes through the high lane, a chance to win it right here. Rue's pull shot blocked by Stelly. Comes back to Sully. Will reset and find the straight hole, and there it is. Sullivan Rue, an impressive performance here on table number 1 as she defeats Isabel Stelly in 3 straight games to win the 2026 ITSF Tornado Women's Singles Championship. You felt like those first 2 games that Isabel Stelly was, if not completely in control, seemingly had the advantage for much of those 2 games, but Sully continuing to fight, continuing to find ways other than her 3-rod to score. And she was able to win those first 2 games and then come out with a strong performance to close the deal in game number 3. And again, it's Sully who is the champion. That straight hole, very tight, off the rim, and in for the championship. And we turn our attention once again to the men's singles competition. It'll be a semifinal match. The winner of this one will advance to the finals. It's going to be a familiar face on the right side in Tony Spredeman. And on the left, young Eric Brstein of Germany. Number 5 seed, and Spredeman number 16 seed, reaching the semifinals. That's quite an accomplishment for this young player out of Deutschland. Winner of this one would face either Tommy Yor or Terry Rue. Again, a testament to this particular format in that we have finished women's singles, and we are literally, 3 matches away from finishing men's singles. There's this one. It'll be a simultaneous semifinal between Yor and Rue, and then a final. And here we go. Brstein will put the ball into play. Opening up game number 1. Seems like the Germans always producing good young players. We have seen that now for the last decade or two. Just have such a strong system. Eric working the ball up the table. Tony with the block. Tony can't hold on to that pass along the wall. No score here in game number 1. Best 3 games out of 5 with the winner advancing to the final. Tommy Yor, Terry Rue in that other semifinal. And boy, Terry Rue played a great match against Brandon Munoz, but he's going to have to continue to play at that level at least to be able to defeat the great Tommy Yor. There's a little quick set far side by Brstein. Tony mishitting the left hook, but is able to pass it 2-3. Spredeman setting up off center, now moving it towards the middle, and then taking it right back out to that far side. That's something he loves to do. Start out on that far side of the goal, work it towards the middle. I feel like 9 times out of 10, it opens up that far side of the goal. I'm going to assume these two have faced each other before in Europe. Probably first time going head-to-head on Tornado. Tony had it, lost it. Picked up here by Eric. Eric Brstein has to feel pretty good about where he's sitting. There's that quick left hook from Tony. If you're not looking for it, you're not blocking it. It's 2-1. But to be the number 16 seed after qualifying, and then reach the semifinals, which includes a significant win over number 1 seed Sam DeJohn, and then a victory over Cody Byrie in the quarterfinals. Tony Spredeman defeated Jeff Pipkin Jr. to reach the semis after beating Roman Hanka, a match we had here on table number 1 a little earlier. Spredeman has sprinted ahead 3-1 here in the first game. Another left hook attempt as Tony continuing to keep the pressure on. Nicely done by Brstein. Eric will shoot the pull shot against Spredeman. Anstrel get home. 3-2. And a timeout called here by the German. Spredeman so good with the left hook from a couple of different angles. Sitting at 3-2 here in the first game. Spredeman will put the ball back into play. Brings it over to have a look, then goes smoothly along the outside wall. Tony, quick shot here, blocked up into the air and off the table by Brstein. Eric hovering over the ball, then passing it nicely to the 5. Eric looking to tie it from pull shot position. Tony with a switch, the block. Goes back to Brstein. Will reset. And stroke it home down the middle. We're even at 3. Spredeman again, nicely along that far wall. Tony working the far side, trying to bring it all the way to that near. Eric got a man on it to take it away. We're tied at 3 here in game 1. It's stolen away by Tony, and a quick pull kick. What a turnaround there. The block by Brstein. He looks to pass. Tony picks it off and immediately into the pull kick for a 4-3 lead. Knocking it off the wall. Tony couldn't grab it. But that's what the great players do. And when you're talking great players, few are greater than this man. Another steal by Tony. Tried to come back with that pull kick, taken away by Brstein. Eric can't connect on the 5-3. Tony will use the left hand to pass or potentially to shoot. Does pass it and quickly launches with a 5-row. But a rebound comes back to Eric. Brstein will set up the pull shot. Had success down the middle so far, and again, this one sort of spraying to the long hole. We're tied at 4, and we've got a timeout. Tony will put the ball back into play. Looking for a first game win. And he finds it as he strokes it home to the near side off that post and in. And Tony Spredeman holds off Eric Brstein for a first game win. He leads 1-0 after that 5-4 victory in the opener. Winner of this match faces either Tommy Yore or Terry Rue. That match, I believe, has been called on table 2. As Eric Brstein puts it into play, opening up the second game. And Eric scored 3 from his 3-rod from pull shot position. All of them inside, or at least attempted inside. This one maybe gets to the long hole. It's 1-0. You always get the sense that Tony can turn it on when he needs to. Looking to tie it at 1 here in game 2. Spredeman shot at him down the middle, blocked up into the air and off the table by Eric.
Official to the stage. Can we get an official to
And
the
stolen
stage,
away here
please?
again by Tony. Always dangerous to shoot the ball from goal against Spredeman. Eric has had some success passing it, and he might want to stick with that. He is able to pass it 2 to the 5 here. That one brushed up the table, but Tony there with the left hand waiting for it to sweep it away. Tony was looking to go 2 to the 3, but will call timeout here. Spredeman leading 1-0 in games here in this semifinal in men's singles. Jim Stevens with you. Sitting table side here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series. Brstein's along the wall successfully. And again, Eric sliding it down the middle, catching Tony in that switch to the reverse. Tony passed it through the lane. I think he wanted to go with that quick pull kick. Kind of lost his grip, which means he'll have to set it up in snake position. Spredeman finds that near corner. When he needs one, he seems to be able to get it. But he does find himself down 2-1 here in the second. Brstein's with a left hook and then brings it over and chips it up to his 3. Does he go inside again? So split hole. Nope, try to go long, and Tony with a block in the takeaway. Quickly angling it, sends it towards the goal, then picks up the loose ball on his 3-row, fakes the dink, and will set up the snake shot with an opportunity to tie it up. No, he comes back with that snake to a pull kick to make it 2-2. Oh, and the pass up the table to the 3-rod. Now that's something Tony has added maybe the last 6 or 8 years, the pass to the 3, and maybe before that by a bit. But it has been another effective ploy for him, and he's now up 3-2. Tony turning up the heat a little bit here. And the turnover from Brstein's quick shot with a left hook. Spredeman up the table and in. So he has the option of passing to the 3-rod there or doing that. And he elects to shoot it. He elects to score it. He's up 4-2. And we've got a timeout. So a flurry from Tony Spredeman, and he has surged into the lead here in this second game. And he takes it away here, knocks it off the wall. Again, you always get the sense that Tony can turn it on when he needs to, and time again, that proves to be the case. And Brstein's couldn't hold on to it. Tony picks it up, sets it up, and strokes it home. It's 2-0. 2-0 lead for Tony Spredeman here in this men's singles semifinal.
Just thought I'd just sit here.
Winning official to the stage, men's official to the stage.
Can't believe Torres bailed. I screwed around and jumped through hoops to get him a room. It took me a while, and I told him I was trying. I finally got it, and then he bails at the last minute. First he said, "Hey, I'll give you $500. You got miles." Anyway, I'll tell you later.
Here we go, third game underway. Tony leading 2-0, and the steal here. And the quick pull kick. It's 1-0. Tony has completely taken over this men's semifinal. And an answer here from Brstein, much to the dismay of Tony Spredeman. And Tony again with an answer. Tony bringing it home down the stretch as he looks to reach an open singles, men's singles final once again here in Texas. The young German Eric Brstein has been a very game opponent, and again able to stroke home that pull shot. He has shot it well when he's had opportunities, and he's going to call time out here.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, if you got miles, I'll give you $500." And I got online and I said, "Dude, the tickets are over $500. What are you talking about?" So I found him some airfares. And him on, and finally I said, "Friday, Mark, what's up?" "Oh, I'm not going to be able to make it, dude. Go ahead and get my room on."
Even at 2 here in game number 3. Spredeman along that outside wall. And Tony hitting on all cylinders right now. He's up 3-2 and having fun doing it. Very good experience here for Eric Brstein on a tornado table to go up against maybe the greatest tornado player ever. And he has shot it very well. But Tony there to block this one and take it away. He's up 3-2 here in the third. Leading 2-0, and that one snuck back into the goal by Brstein. We're even at 3. Eric hanging in there, and a steal on the 5. Tony takes it right back. Can't connect on that pass. Brstein grabs it with the right. Now we'll use the left to pass it through that high lane. Big shot here for Eric Brstein. He shoots for the lead. From pole shot position, Eric strokes that one home, continuing to shoot it well. And he's up 4-3 here in game 3. Tony off the wall and back to the wall. And it's match point for Tony Spredeman. Brstein along the wall can send this one to game 4. Eric will call time out. Tony not looking terribly worried. He does find himself even at 4 after a couple of nice pull shots from the young German. But Spredeman, each time he has gotten it down the stretch, has scored it. He's going to need a block here to avoid going to a fourth game. What an amazing career Tony Spredeman has had. 25 years of excellence as Brstein puts it back into play. And strokes it home. Eric Brstein's continuing to shoot it well. Has won game number 3, and it's now 2-1 in favor of Tony Spredeman. So Eric Brstein wins game number 3. It's now 2-1 in favor of Tony Spredeman. Eric will put the ball back into play at goal. Tony's got to find a way to block the 3-row of Brstein, who has shot it extremely well. Eric brushing it through to the 5. We'll get another opportunity here. Eric just finding ways to get it done. The centerpiece of it has been this, the pull shot. And another one. He is taking his time and then hitting that long hole nicely. I feel like he's made his last 5 or 6. And he's up 1-0 here in the 4th. But Tony tried to take that one out to the far side, rimmed it off both posts. Brstein's with the rebound. Eric brushing it down along the wall. But Tony there to knock down the pass. Comes back to Eric. 2-1 lead for Tony Spredeman. 1-0 lead here in the 4th game for Germany's Eric Brstein. Again, setting up off the ball, you see that a little bit of space between the man and the ball, and that's generally not how you want to do it, but he has certainly been effective shooting the ball. And the 5 has been very good as well, getting those possessions. A little better set here. Eric. That one rimmed off the post. He does have quick lateral speed on that shot. Tony went with a quick left hook. It's back to Tony on the 5. See Eric with the left hand on both goalie rods. Tony back along that outside wall. Will set it up, looking to tie it up. Spredeman strokes it home off that far post. We're even at 1 here in game number 4. Tony continuing to look like he is having fun down there. Flicking it along the outside wall. Spredeman for the lead. But there is Brstein to make the block up into the air and off the table. Tony not happy with his shot selection. As Brstein puts it back into play. Even at 1 here in game 4. Men's semifinal in men's singles here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series and Texas State Championships. Spredeman looking to shoot, but it's taken away by Eric. Brstein. And Tony out there this time to make the block and take it away. And a steal by Brstein. Eric with a non-competitive possession there. That was not what he wanted to do. And then Tony up the table 2-3. Spredeman up 2-1, looking to go up 2-1 here. And he does. You know, Eric Brstein's in this match. Tony, of course, just doing his thing. Eric was able to win game number 3, but really had to shoot almost 100% from his 3-rod to do so. And that's just not sustainable. And Spredeman to the near side this time. He's up 3-1. Back in control here on table number 1. And Spredeman to the far side. It's match point. Tony had a match point in that previous game that Eric Brstein was able to pull out. And now Tony up 4-1. In control, but it's been a nice performance by the young German. Great experience for him to go up against a player of this magnitude on the tornado table. And Eric will call timeout. Spredeman really working the corners. Towards that 2-3, which has become such a big part of his game. That one did go in, as did that one to the near corner. It's now match point for Spredeman, up 4-1 here in game 4. Looks like they're just getting started down on table number 2. That's Tommy Yore and Terry Rue in the semifinal. And again, it looks like we are going to be done with both men's and women's singles events probably no later than 8 o'clock. As Brstein's cut the lead to 2, but now Tony with a chance to put it away. Tony Spredeman looking to advance to yet another men's singles final as he sets it up. Fakes far side, trying to take it back out to the far side. Brstein's with the block, but it spins in. And Tony Spredeman once again advances. Spredeman winning 5-4, 5-2, 4-5, and 5-2 against the young German Eric Brstein. Nice finish for Eric, sitting in that 3rd, 4th position. But it's Tony Spredeman who once again will be headed to the men's singles final.
Gina Lane Vittorio, you're on recall. Gina Lane and Vittorio. Arturo Garcia, you're on recall. Arturo Garcia. Tim Walters, you're on recall. Tim Walters, 3 minutes before the stage, please. Tim Walters. Dana Thompson, you're on recall. Dana Thompson. Thank you. Still looking for 2 officials, please, for the finals playing singles on table number 1. Looking for 2 officials. That match will be, well, Tommy's supposed to be there in about 3 minutes, and then they'll get started shortly after that. But we still need 2 officials. If you're an official and you'd like to be on camera, come let me know. Mike Archer. The DYP will be $20, and this one is single elimination. So it's going to be $20 for one match. Single elimination, no, gotta play DYP. $20. CD Garcia, I could have sworn you were just up here, but you're on recall.
Jeremy's on stage.
Table number 5. All right, get ready to start on table number 1. I do need 2 officials, please. Tom, you are? You officiating table 1, please? Oh. Need 2 officials, please. Someone help us out. I know we have at least one that's in a match that might end shortly, but I still would need a second. Terry Rue, are you Enriquez and Ortega, you're on recall. Enriquez and Ortega.
please welcome Tony Spredeman. That's 3 games out of 5 for the championship. Good luck, players. Referees for the match, Terry Rue and Mariam Ali.
All right, folks. We've got a good one here on table number 1, one of the best matchups in all the world of table soccer. It's Tommy Yore on the left. It's Tony Spredeman on the right. Jim Stevens joined in the booth by Mr. Tom Yore himself. Tom, how are you?
I am doing good, Jim. How are you?
Good. And, of course, we get a chance for Tom to have insights on his son, some of which may be positive.
I know nothing. I see nothing.
But, Tom, this is, and you know, regardless of whether or not you're related to one of the players or not, this has become one of the best matchups in all of foosball, no question.
Yeah, total mirror image, although some will say it's not exactly in a mirror image, but yeah, Tommy did definitely design his game and model it after Tony's game, for sure.
Yeah, but as you say, he has evolved in different directions to some degree, and so there is that contrast, but also those similarities. And Tony able to make the block early on here in game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of people would think that I mentored Tommy into the game of foosball. I actually kept him away from foosball most of his life. And once he got into it, it was actually Tony's influence that got Tommy inspired and basically got him into the game and got him to where he is.
And Tony able to knock it off the outside wall and into the goal with the left hand to make it 1-0. Although a lot of us who have covered this sport or at least observed it also see similarities in Tommy's game to yours in the sense of the fighter that he is much like, you know, what you do as a fighter out there. Oh, and a quick grab and a quick shot by Yore. It's 2-1.
That's
wow.
interesting because that's something Tommy doesn't normally do. He's normally so structured. He doesn't normally play those quick plays like that. He normally would just take his time and execute. So he saw something real quick and went with it.
But here we are in Texas, and of course, Tommy, early in his career as a very young man, really began to make his name with a huge victory over Tony here in Texas. Two of the great Tornado players in the world, two of the best players in the world, period, on display here on table number 1.
Yeah, Tommy might have got his hustle from me, but he got his brains from his mom. And he got his foosball wisdom out of Tony. There's
and
no
that
question.
One converted to the near side. It's 3-1. Yeah, I'm not sure you're giving yourself enough credit as a father as opposed to a coach, but I think you raised a young man who goes about it in the right way, as you always have. And so I think maybe give yourself a little more credit.
As a person, yeah, thank you. For his character, I'd take some credit for that. But his determination, I mean, he's just a driven person. His mentality is to do things at the best that he can do it.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
He's up 3-2 here in game number 1 as he rocks it. Tony with that shuffling standard defense will call timeout. You know, one of the things we have seen with Tommy really defends Tony extremely well. And of course, Tommy has the quick hands, but also a very intelligent player. But he just does a great job defensively against Tony, and that's always been part of what has allowed him to have success against Spredeman.
Well, it's not by accident. I mean, he studies the game. He studies the players, and he learns tendencies. He learns, defensive sets and offensive sets. He learns, whatever players' tendencies are. So that's. Hope I'm not giving away too much information, but
there.
yeah, he learns the game and learns what people do and figures out what's going to work for him.
Yeah, and you got to love that as well. And really, both these guys go about it the right way.
And Tony's the same way. There's no question. I mean, if you sat there and talked to Tony about players and what their tendencies are, he's going to know everything that they're going to do and what they're thinking about doing.
And Tony able to knock that one off the back wall after the block, and he looks to even it at 3 here in game number 1. From snake shot position, Spredeman able to fire it home far side to make it 3-3. Well, when it comes to singles, specifically on the Tornado table, it doesn't get any better than this.
I agree.
This
Yeah.
is super high-end foosball.
It's top of the line. This is as good as it's going to get on Tornado. And the amazing thing is these guys both can carry it over to other tables. And
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not be as high percentage, but still good enough to win.
And there's that shot far side by Yor to make it 4-3. And the timeout called. Yes, two very good multi-table players as well. But when it comes to being a good multi-table player, a lot of it is about approach. It's about just your overall approach to foosball, which can translate to different tables.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, by the way, and I don't know if we've talked, do you know where you were 20 years ago today?
20 years ago today, I could not tell you. I was probably comatose somewhere.
I know exactly where you and I were
20 years ago today.
today.
Hold on. Oh, 06?
4-3 lead for Tommy Yor
Hamburg.
and taken away by
Was it
Tom.
really? Am I right?
What?
Was it Hamburg?
Hamburg, yeah.
Wow.
World Cup
That
20
was
years ago today.
year after I won world doubles with Lewis Cartwright
Yeah.
on Tornado. And after that tournament, I said that was the best tournament I've ever played in my life. And we didn't even win.
No. I think it remains. I think it's the most important tournament in the history of foosball.
It could be.
Yeah.
Actually, it could be. Yeah.
And that was the Hamburg World Cup 20 years ago this weekend.
I didn't realize that. Thanks for
Isn't
mentioning
that something?
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Yeah. I still get chills thinking about it. That Saturday night when you guys were facing France in what I still consider the greatest match I've ever covered.
It was intense. The whole thing was intense. 'Cause
Tommy now looking to win game number 1. But Tony there
Good
to make the
D.
block
That
and
was
the
a good D.
secondary block as
Tony
well.
just he made it look like the push was covered, and Tommy saw that the pull side was covered.
And
Wow,
up
good
that table with the
good
left hand.
shot,
Nobody
Tony.
scores more with the left hand than Tony Spredeman. He's even it up at 4 here in game number 1, and he calls time out.
Tony's defense on that last possession of Tommy's was so good because he made it look like, I don't know if we're going to see it here on this replay, but he made it look like, okay, we don't see it, but he made it look like the push side was there.
Yeah.
And Tommy wasn't looking push side until he's like, I don't see what I'm looking for, straight or push side or pull side, and then he just went for it, and Tony got him.
Yeah. And the key to that bait and switch defense is the ability to switch quickly, to get over there quickly, and Tony did. But back comes Tony.
Both these guys are fast. They're super fast.
Yeah.
That's another good block by Tony right
It's
there.
a whole other level of fast with these two guys.
So what's Tony doing? He's showing. Oh, he showed him a standard shuffle, and then he's getting a lot of switches.
And that shot near side blocked by Tony.
Is this three or four tries by Tommy right here?
This will be number 3.
Tap middle might
Yor.
good. Might be good. Oh,
And again to the corner, and this time Tony there to take it away. It spins back to Tony,
that
who
was
quickly
kind of
tried
a
to convert it.
risky play by Tony right there.
4th chance to close out game number 1 for Yor. And he does, as he finds the hole
Did he
inside.
split that?
He came inside.
I don't
on
think he
that.
meant that.
It's 1-0.
Tony was definitely on the deep push side, and I think Tommy might have misexecuted that inside. Tony's sitting there staring at it like,
Yeah.
what the heck? I thought I had that.
Tony definitely thinks he misexecuted that.
I mean, there's sometimes when you see that somebody's on it, because Tony planted right before that, and Tommy's brain just might have recalibrated and just like
You're right.
just made the adjustment just subconsciously and quickly and just like, crap, he's there, and just like bailed out and did just something different that happened to work.
Yeah, number 1, that would be incredibly impressive. Number 2, it's possible
It's
he
possible,
did.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I tried to slap Tommy one time, and
Yeah.
he blocked me.
He was 3.
Yeah, he was definitely young. Another time I tried to snatch his hockey stick from him, and it busted me in the tooth.
Oh, ouch.
Somehow that happened. I don't even know.
Download the new Foos app at foosapp.com. Just head over to
Say
the
a
App
Family
Store.
Foos app? What'd you say?
I said Foos app. There's a new app called Foos app.
It's on my shirt.
Oh, you have it on your shirt.
Not this shirt,
Not
but
this
I
one.
got a shirt that says Foos app on
Nice.
it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'll have
great.
to download the Foos app.
You will need to download.
Haven't
the
done
Foos
so
app.
yet.
Yeah. Do you have a smartphone?
Depends on who's talking about it. Sometimes
It's a dumb
it's
phone.
called a smartphone, but sometimes it acts
Yeah.
really dumb. But yeah, I do.
At this stage, I think it's only available on iPhones. Soon to be.
Yeah, I have
on
an iPhone. I have
Samsungs.
an
You do.
iPhone 16 or 17, whatever the latest rendition is.
All right, here we go. Second game underway. Tommy Yor leading 1-0. Jim Stevens and Tom Yor with you here. Table side. And that one blocked up into the air and off the table.
That was the right hole. I'm not sure Tony got it out deep enough to score. Tommy, I don't think, Tommy was in the reverse D and Tony went push side. I don't think Tommy got deep enough to the corner to block it, but I don't think Tony went deep enough to score it.
Got it. Tommy will put the ball back into play. Yeah, anytime these two match up, it's kind of a pick 'em. You know, Tony's the favorite against everybody he plays. Tommy probably, you could say the same thing, but with these two, it can go either way.
Right there on Tommy's last 5-bar possession was something different. Tommy did a little hesitation wall pass, not the Gummison traditional style, but it was a delay. It was like he pushed it towards the wall, delayed, and just went, brushed top side wall. Wow.
And that one up the table with the left hand. It's 1-0.
It's a new wrinkle that I'm not used to seeing Tommy do.
Oh, and the quick pass, the quick dink.
I mean, you got to watch out for the pole kick. Anytime Tony catches that high lane.
And to his credit, Tommy was there for the pull kick. He
was
just
there
wasn't there for the dink.
Yeah. And Tony's so astute to recognize that. That everybody knows if he sticks a pass in the lane on the 3-bar, here comes a pull kick.
There's Tommy getting that one up the table and in.
It'd be malpractice if you're not on that.
Watch this.
Yeah. So I mean, he already had the one guy on it, and he was chasing it. So Tony delayed long enough to make Tommy move. That was a great shot. He does that to me too. I'm a fish. I get hooked every time he does it.
Tommy nicely through that far lane. He leads 1-0. We're tied at 1 here in game number 2. Yor. And that one down the middle. Not sure he executed it the way he wanted to.
It sprayed a little bit, but he still, I mean, tap middle was the right call because that was so big. Tony almost like he looked up like he was looking for a call or something. Did you see that? He kind of paused and then kind of stood up. Maybe that was a little faint.
Tommy looking very focused. Puts that one on goal with a 5. Back the other way comes Tony. And Tommy back there so quickly to retrieve the rebound.
I'm seeing a different style from Tommy where he's taking more chances that he doesn't normally take and options that he doesn't normally
Wow, look at
utilize.
that exchange, back and forth. Finally, it's Tony picking it up with the left hand.
It's funny because a lot of the pickup games that we've played over the years at home, he does all this stuff, but when he plays in matches, he doesn't do it, and he's deadly with it. Tony the same, but Tony uses it regularly. Tommy is just usually pretty straightforward with his game, is pass, score, 2 to the 5.
And the hitch
inside.
to the far side. Did it cut it inside again?
To me, it looked inside. So maybe if we get a review, replay. Oh, he lost it. It just bounced back. It looked like it split him like the other one earlier. So maybe Tommy's intentionally going inside.
Where he's short-arming it a little bit, but pass down the middle here. Tommy Yor in control here on table number 1, up a game, up 3-1 here in the second. That one off that far corner, but rebound comes back.
That middle was open again.
Continuing to get possessions. Yor. It's 4-1.
Wow. Tap pull side was open. So Tony must have been baiting that tap middle, and Tommy got the read and went tap pull side.
And again, this what time Tommy is there as Tony went with that quick one to the short side.
Kid learns fast, I will say. Did I tell you I tried to slap him once and he blocked me?
I heard that, yeah. I've heard that somewhere. Another time he tried to grab his hockey stick and you still
almost put my own tooth out trying to snatch that stick from him.
Oh, and that one a fortunate effort for Tony. It's now 4-2. Well, you lose a tooth, you just look like a hockey player.
But I wasn't a hockey player, so I just look like a guy that got his tooth knocked out. That wasn't good.
Here's Tommy looking for a second game win. Yor tried to come back down the middle, blocked by Tony, up into the air and off the table. One thing about Tony, and every great player perhaps, is getting that 5th point against them is always tough. Even if you score 2 or 3 in a row, that 5th one's a tough one.
Reminds me of Diaz. It's like he'd get scored on 2 or 3 or 4 in a row, and all of a sudden that last point was the hardest point you're ever going to score in your life. That's good pass by Tony right there.
Working it up the table, 2 to the 5.
Good. Wall pass.
Looking to cut the lead to 1. Spredeman. And it's 4-3. So 2 in a row from Tony. He's back in the second game in a very smart timeout. called by Tommy Orr.
Was Tommy up 4-1?
He was up 4-1, yeah.
Yeah, so that's Tony took a Tommy Orr timeout.
Yes, that's right.
Anytime you're down 2,
Yeah,
take that
anytime
timeout.
you give up 2 in a row, timeout.
Yeah.
You know who else does that?
Me, and me.
Shohei Ohtani.
Who?
Shohei Ohtani, the greatest baseball player of all time.
Oh, really?
If he takes if you get 2 strikes, if his first strike, swing and miss,
That
second
was
strike
a
calling,
shot right there.
he always calls that Tommy Orr timeout.
Oh, wow.
Even Shohei Ohtani.
He's heard of me. What a steal right there.
Another chance here for Tommy to close out game number 2.
He might call a timeout himself just to get a read here. I don't have the
Or
discipline to do
regrips.
it. I just take, oh, that looks big.
We'll call
Oh,
timeout.
shoot.
Yeah,
See,
you-
he's smarter than me.
You would have shot
I
it.
would have shot
And you
something,
would've-
and I got blocked.
you would've
and
got blocked.
And then I'd be smacking myself. Why didn't I? It's
Yeah.
like I waved off so many, yeah, it's like we all do it. It's like I should take a timeout. Nah, man, I'm just going to see what I got. And it's like, take it. No.
If it occurs to you to take a timeout, take a timeout.
Exactly. And I know that. That's my unwritten rule is when I think take a timeout, take a timeout.
I think
But
you should write it down from now on.
So it's a written rule.
Here we
yeah.
go. You're putting it back into play again, looking to win game 2. That 3-man shuffle from Tony,
Yeah.
but there is your finding the near corner. It's 2 games to nothing.
That exact same D from Tony. Tommy last time, if you remember, last time he went tap middle and got blocked. The one before that, the same defense went tap pull side and scored. That one that you just saw in the replay. Then he came back to the next one. Well, he did that on 2 plays before, scored. Then he went tap middle. Tony stayed on the middle, and then he went back to the tap pull side and scored. And that would have been the shot. Tommy's previous possession that he got blocked, it would have put the game away.
Did you take a picture of that QR code there so you can get your app?
Which app? Foos app?
Foos app.
It's on my shirt.
It's on your shirt, but it's not on your phone.
I thought there was a QR code on the shirt.
There might be. I haven't seen the shirt.
But it says Foos app, so I can just like go to my app store and just put in Foos app.
You totally could do that, yes.
I'm old school.
I just wondering.
I could even do a voice command. I can just like push a little microphone thing and say Foos app, and boom, there it is.
There it is. It's amazing.
So what's
isn't
the deal? Tell me about Foos app.
It's a new app about
Foos.
Yeah.
All right. What does it do?
Access to videos and instructional materials and tournaments and everything else.
Oh, all right. Is it an ITSF thing? Is it
A USTSO related thing.
Oh, okay. Why am I just hearing about this now?
I don't know.
There's the USTSO banner.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, I'll check it out.
So
I encourage everybody to check it out too.
Yeah, I assume
I heard it's awesome.
You've been following the sport at least more than I have.
I've been playing this sport more
Tony
than you have.
with a pass attempt through, and then Tony looks back and someone talking in the crowd or something that Tony said, can you keep it down a little bit?
Back in the day, maybe not so much anymore because Tony's so much better at catching his passes. But remember, back in the day, anytime he was off a smidge and just missed a pass barely, it always went in the goal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I talked about it. Nobody scored more passes than Tony.
I mean, nowadays that doesn't happen as much because he's so much more precise.
Yep.
He just like a machine.
It was like once a game. It was like once a game he would score a pass.
More than that. It was probably it was 1.5, I think, at average. So Tony
and sent into the goal with that right hand.
So over the last several years, Tommy's had good success hitting his left hook on Tony. Tony's finally like zoned it because I don't think he ever respected Tommy's 5-bar shot enough. Just me thinking. But now he's like, I got to do something about it because Tommy's had good success scoring that 5-bar shot on him. So now Tony's finally got a defense that had blocked the 5-bar shot, and then you see there he blocked it and then had a follow-up to score that.
And another one with a 5 here. This one intentional. It's 3-0.
Yeah, he's splitting a weakness on Tommy's defense where he's leaving that because Tommy's obviously covering for the 5-bar shot and the missed pass as much as he's able to, but now Tony's getting all these underneath opportunities.
3-0 lead and make it 3-1 as you're able to find that near corner. All right, so 20 years ago this weekend, first World Cup ever in Hamburg, most influential event maybe in history, really created the model for international table soccer.
Yeah.
But then you also think back, and I was talking about this earlier with the folks out at home, 25 years ago was the 2001 Tornado World Championships. It was in September, obviously. But it was 25 years ago. And, of course, that had the great final with Colonial Alfredo versus Cartwright and Park, maybe the greatest doubles match ever. Johnny Horton wins singles
Oh yeah,
in the shiny
with
shirt.
The shiny shirt. Yeah, I remember the shiny.
And Tony Spredeman, a young amateur player, wins 5 events.
I played Tony in that event, and after he had won 5 events, I'm playing him in open doubles. He was playing with Balza, and I'm like, I can't lose it. I think I was playing with Russ King, first time ever.
3 in a row from Yor, and we're even at 3, just like that. And there's Tony answering to make it 4-3, trying to stay alive by claiming this third game. Tony Spredeman surging ahead 4-3 here in the third. But that was the beginning of Tony Spredeman's career. 25 years ago now, he's considered one of the greats of all time, if not the greatest on Tornado.
I have to say, I did win that match against him because good shot by Tommy there.
Championship point for Tommy Yor. A timeout called.
I'm like, they called the match, and they're like, Tony Spredeman won 5 events up against Tom Yor. And I'm like, oh, crap, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be the next Steve Mose. Like, I can't let this guy beat me. I gave him everything I had. It's like, he was tough, but we wound up beating him. And Russ with his shenanigans and, distraction. You know how Russ gets, talking smack and whatever. But, no, they were tough.
Here it is, championship point for Tommy Yor, as Tony tic-tacking along that far while doing the slow tic-tac as he does these days. He does. Chance to extend the match. Spredeman.
This will be interesting right here. Tommy's shuffling a little too much. He's leaving a lot of gaps.
Tony comes off the ball, back to the ball, and calls timeout. Of course, after 2001, 2002, Tony's in the finals
03
of open singles, and then in 03 he wins it, just like that.
Yeah.
So
that's when Tommy, he got Tommy's attention. After that win, Tommy had a summer off or something, and
Tommy was 2 years old at the time. It's 03, right? What year was Tommy born?
All right, so Tommy's 98.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Putting it back into play is Spredeman. Hold on, Tony, pointing at something.
There's a ref there, so what's up?
Yeah. Spredeman putting it back into play, looking to send this one to game number 4. As he rocks it. Walks it. And strokes it home back to that far corner. It's 2-1. Wow. What a great possession from Tony Spredeman.
Yep.
So we got a match, folks. Tommy Yor wins the first 2 games of this men's singles final. Spredeman responds with a victory in game number 3. And we'll now head to game number 4 after this one from Tony Spredeman.
See Tommy's look there. He's like, I should have known.
Just enough of a hitch to get Tommy off that far hole.
And sometimes it comes down to discipline. It's like you have your game plan, you have your expectations, you know what the read is, what you're looking for, and even all that, you still react. Your brain just does. It's like if this, then that. I see if Tony walks it out to here, he's going to tap and go this way, whatever. So there's a good chance Tommy expected that shot, but then still reacted to the fake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're human. How can you not?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Spredeman back in it. Crowd hoping this one goes 5. They don't want this to end. As Tommy Yor will put the ball into play, opening up game number 4. Yor trying to go along the wall, knocked down by Tony. Yor again. Goes back along the wall beautifully.
He caught that in the lane, didn't he? It was like a chop down in the lane that he compensated for.
Yor looking to strike first here in the 4th. And he does as he finds that near corner. Spredeman looking to respond.
Tony's so precise with his passing. Whoa. I didn't say 3-bar.
Almost lost it. Does get it back. Sets it up and finds the hole down the middle.
What a great read that was, though. It's like tap inside.
Everything with purpose from these 2 players, and Tony able to pick up the loose ball.
All about momentum right now.
Spredeman for the lead. Strokes it home near side. Tony really shooting it well right now. He's up 2-1 here in the fourth.
Yeah, Tony definitely sees the momentum in this moment right now.
Nicely along the wall goes Yor. And Tommy goes wide of the goal with that one. Tony now will switch to the left hand, try to go with a quick one.
And Tony's deadly with that. If he went with a push shot or something, even whether it's left-handed or right-handed,
I think he's
dangerous either way.
I think I talked about it. I think he's the best left-handed shooter from goal we've ever seen, right?
For sure. No question.
Looking to extend his lead, but first, a timeout. That is a great timeout in a very pivotal situation. Up 2-1. Here in the fourth, down 2-1 in games.
Funny. Right when Tony kind of flinched and called timeout, there was on another table the sound of a goal.
Yeah.
I thought, it's like, did he just score that? Because we have a slight delay, so I hear it before it happens on the screen, because I'm kind of commentating from the screen, and it sounded like he scored, and then all of a sudden he called timeout. It's like, oh, I thought he went up 3-1.
Looking to go up 3-1 here as he puts it back into play. 2 for 2 shooting it so far here in game number 4. Spredeman. That shot attempt blocked up into the air, stays on the table. Tony hustled after it.
Looking for a call. What's going on? We can't see the table.
And apparently it did go off the table and will be awarded to Tommy Yor. It was kind of fun to watch Tony hustling after it. We just didn't know where the ball was.
Yeah. I mean, if it hit the light, it had to go like 10 feet in the air. All right, maybe 7.
Yor crisply through the lane.
Yeah.
Looking to even it up at 2 here in game 4. Tommy. There's Tony again. That ball spins back to the 5.
Using 2 hands right there to contain that ball. Make sure he doesn't overplay it. Tony not giving him a wall. Tommy misexecuting the lane right there.
You know, as great as these guys are offensively, they're also 2 really good defensive players against every rod.
I mean, isn't that the way, though? I mean, all your top-level singles players over the years have been really good defensively.
You have to be. Yep.
Yeah. And with good 2-bars. You think of Terry Moore back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terry Moore had a great 2-bar, but he was also a really good defensive goalie.
He blocked so well, yeah.
Tony along that outside wall.
Well, even Fred.
Yeah.
Fred was good on all rods, passing 2 to the 5, 5 to the 3, and then defensively a zone out of the, against the opposing 2-bar.
And there's Tony finding the hole near side to make it 3-1.
That was deep.
But just beat him to the punch. And a timeout called here by Tommy.
Looks like Tommy's switching his wrist wrap there. It might be getting a little sweaty and slipping on him. And that's one of those things. It's like your wraps or your wrist wrap. I don't use the wrist wrap because I don't shoot a snake.
So does he has backup wristbands?
Yeah, he's got several. Yeah. So when they get sweaty, obviously. So yeah, you just take it off, dry your wrist, put a new one, freshie on.
Yeah.
That one must have been, because they do start to slip.
Good to have contingency plans, no doubt. Trailing 3-1, leading 2 games to 1. Tommy will put the ball back into play. Set it up against Tony quickly to that far side, blocked by Spredeman, who picks it up on the 5. He'll now step into the forward position and advance it along the wall.
Tony totally in control right here.
As
I say that, Curtis, Tony.
And he fires it home. Might have cut that one down the middle. Not much of a hole there.
Definitely not going to miss this one. Oh.
But it's 4-1, now 4-2. As that pass squeaks through, and Tony not happy about that. And then almost a loss there.
Holy crap.
Tommy went with a quick one.
Yeah.
Eventually it ends up on the 3 of Spredeman with a chance to send this one to a 5th and final game. Tony Spredeman shot far side, blocked by Yor, who never came off that far corner. Tony again.
Tony's going to have to tap middle this one, I think.
But first, a timeout.
Smart call right there by Tony, I think.
Jim Stevens and Tom Yor together again.
Been a while.
Yeah.
Last time I got reprimanded for reminiscing too much with you.
Reprimanded by who?
That kid
Yours?
right there.
Oh, you did. Okay.
We were commentating Tommy's match against probably Tony, and we got into one of our trips to Europe and stuff, whatever.
It's kind of like what we've done in this session.
Well,
as
not
well.
so much. I'm trying to focus on the match here, but that time we spent. Well, it was me. I spent more time talking about because there was good stories, and it's like we were catching up. I hadn't talked to you in a while. It's like the only time I talked to you is we're here.
We're catching up on the air.
Yeah. It was good stuff, though.
That one
For
blocked.
those who didn't know.
Blocked by Tony. Comes back to Tommy. Spredeman leading 4-2 here in game number 4.
Ball doesn't seem to be cooperating with Tommy, so yeah, he misexecuted that 2 to the 5.
Steal by Tony with another chance to send it to a 5th and final game.
I'm pretty sure we're going to the 5th.
Tony Spredeman shot down the middle, blocked by Tommy.
I like that pass, that little delay. I use that on the near wall. It works so well. Actually, I use it on the far wall when I get a steal.
And it's 4-3, 2 in a row from Yore.
This could get interesting if Tony feels a little heat here and misexecutes.
I haven't loved the execution of his last 2 3-rod possessions. It has not been what he had been doing. Well, let's see.
I mean, at this point, what has he got to lose? I mean, he's, if he goes for it and gets some couple points on the boards, he could force a big point for himself.
Sure. Tony working it up the table, 2 to the 5. As this one blocked, comes back, and he'll reset. Of course, you never know when he's going to shoot the ball with his 2-row. A steal by Yore, who's got a chance to tie it.
This could be interesting.
So he sets it up. And that shot attempt really maybe overshot it a little bit.
It looked that way to me.
Tried to throw a fastball at 100 miles an hour. Instead, it's Tony picking it up and sending it in with the 5. And we are headed to game number 5.
Yeah, it looked like Tommy put a little too much oomph into that one and overshot it.
Tommy Yore won the first game 5-4, won game 2 5-3. Spredeman came back, facing a match point, facing a championship point to win game 3 5-4. Tony jumps ahead 4-1 in game number 4 and then holds on for a 5-3 victory. And it's all come down to this one final game for the 2026 Men's Singles Championship here at the ITSF Tornado World Series in Dallas.
Referees.
That's good to be back. I don't remember the last time you and I worked together in a match. Been a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe. I don't think you.
Spain? Did I sit in? No?
I don't think you did. I only had one microphone in Spain. I don't think you did.
I've shared one microphone with you before.
That's true.
I mean, I've been in the booth with like 4 guys sharing one microphone.
Back in the day.
Yeah, that's
no
happened.
doubt. Yeah.
Where's Evan when you need him?
Yeah. Evan, Scott King.
Oh, yeah. The whole crew.
Iceman. Where the heck is Iceman?
Ice. Where you at?
He's retired now. I'm surprised he's not here.
These Texas guys, you can never count on them to show up at a local.
Here we go. 5th game. Yore won the first 2. Spredeman has come back to get the last 2. And we are underway here in the 5th. Through that high lane goes Tommy, who will set it up looking to strike first in game number 5. Tony posts him up, makes the block. A couple of rebound attempts.
Table movement. Both guys are looking for table movement call.
And
Terry's there. Let's
see what the call is going to be. Let's see. They're going to talk about it. Terry and Mariam are going to walk away, have a conversation about it.
Both Tony and Tommy both realized something happened.
Yeah.
Not sure who. Did I get you? Did you get me?
They're going to watch the replay.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going over to the replay booth. All right. Maybe we get it. Let's see if we get that replay as well. I think we do. Let's see. I don't know. This is going to be a tough one. Almost incidental contact. I mean, how can you make a call here?
My instinct was there was definitely some rough table movement, but I couldn't tell who did it.
We are not getting the replay, unfortunately, on our monitor.
In that moment, I wouldn't, from what I saw live, I wouldn't have made a call because I wouldn't be able to tell who did what.
Okay, here we go. Oh, no, almost.
We had a brief moment.
But we do have the officials returning. They're going to make the call. And who are they going to call it on? Let's see. All right. There's a lot of movement. Oh, that was right there. The left hand with Tony.
Yeah,
yep.
Tony definitely shook the table hard with his left hand.
All right. That's what it looked like. And they are going to award it to the 3-rod of Tommy Yore. And after that replay, that is probably the right call.
It seemed that way, but I'm not going to say conclusively because I have to look at it more than once.
And Tommy able to convert to make it 1-0. 1-0 here in the fifth. Tony along the outside wall. Would love to see this one go into overtime, no doubt about it, as Tony now will look to even it, and he does. Those little quick hitters from Tony Spredeman, they're so sublime. Just, you've got to be playing for 100 years to make those sort of offensive efforts.
I mean, he's so structured in his game that he gets the read so quick, and he just got so many tools in the tool bag.
That one on goal with a 5. Rebound grabbed by Tony, who can surge ahead 2-1 with a scoring effort here. Spredeman continues to shoot it well, this time near corner. Boy, Tony has really shot the ball well on the 3-row these last 3 games. And he takes it away along that outside wall.
Tony's been doing a really good job defending Tommy's 5-bar.
Calling a very smart 2-1 timeout here in Game 5. You're seeing Tornado foosball played at the highest level here on table number 1 at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series here at the beautiful Westin Hotel at DFW Airport. 2 of the greats ever to compete for the United States, and certainly 2 of the greats ever to play singles on a Tornado table.
For sure.
Leading 2-1, Tony puts it into play. Advances it along that far wall. And comes back down the middle with a tap middle. It's 3-1. Wow, these last 3 games from Tony Spredeman have been spectacular. He is now 2 goals away from the championship, and he'll use his second and final timeout after this effort. The tap, the middle.
That's a good right. Tony hasn't been using that option. That's a new wrinkle that he's thrown in there. That it's a tap to the 3/4 pull side, not to the long.
Right.
So Tommy's like expecting the tap to the long. Tony tapped to the 3/4, and he's been successful a couple times.
It's genius level stuff, and again, you mentioned it. The tool bag is deep.
So now Tommy's going to go have to, he's going to, win or lose, he's going to have to go back and review this and see, okay, why does Tony go there? What's he seeing to do that?
And able to poke it through on that second effort, get a possession, and then take advantage of it to cut the lead to 1 at 3-2 now.
And that's what these guys do.
And Tony with a left hook. It's championship point for Spredeman.
That's Tony's MO. And when he sees the blood in the water, smells the blood in the water.
He's a closer.
Yeah, he closes. He attacks.
Championship point for Spredeman, who lost the first 2 games, but has come back with 3 extraordinarily strong efforts in games 2, 3, or rather 3, 4, and 5.
For sure. He's thrown some new wrinkles at Tommy that he hasn't seen before. So now it's kind of thrown Tommy off his game. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Sitting here, is there's some new things that just happened that Tommy wasn't prepared for.
Maybe a little slow to adjust to, maybe. And of course he will. He's going to watch the video.
Well, they've been going back and forth over the last several years. Is where Tommy wins, Tony wins, Tommy wins, Tony wins.
Yeah.
And Tony's just figured something, just reminiscent of Diaz and
that one sent
Federico, where Federico would light Diaz up, and then the next time
he would shut him down.
He'd shut him down. And that kept happening back and forth.
You're right. That is one of the best matchups in the history of foosball, was the Collignon-Diaz matchups.
And this is similar, where like they're both figuring things out on each other, and now one of them's got something figured out that's working. And next time, maybe that stuff's not working.
You're beautifully through the lane. We'll now look to cut the lead to 1. And he does, as he goes deep to that near corner. It's 4-3.
That was deep.
Here comes Tommy. And a left hook goes wide of the goal. What a time to attempt that.
I mean, it's fine because you got that lead, but sometimes the momentum can go against you. When you do that, and then it's like if Tommy scores this,
Tommy 2 to the
then
5.
Tony might be regretting the fact that he tried
Tommy
it.
5 to the 3, looking to send it to overtime, and he does. It's 4-4. Wow, what a match.
And that was 2 freaking amazing deep pull sides.
To dig deep and be able to do that in this situation.
I wish I could hit it along like that with my pull shot.
And
That's
Tony
there.
able to rattle it into the far side. It's championship point again
It was there.
for Spredeman. But again, and I talked about it earlier, and it's not because you're here, but it's that never say die sort of attitude that Tommy has. He's down 4-2, but there's no give up. He takes it to another level, and with two
Just keep
extraordinary
battling.
points.
Keep battling. Oh, that was wide of the goal. It hit his far guy.
And
That's the way
Tommy
it goes.
starts to work his way back. Tony, though, surges ahead.
And that one hit the corner and
Deep.
rattled in.
All right, let's see what Tommy has. Hit his championship point for Spredeman up 5-4.
I'd go lane here. Off the wall lane.
There's the regular lane. He can't
It was
connect. Spredeman now with the left hand, and there's maybe never been a better closer. Tony along the outside wall, 2 to the 3 with a chance to put it away right here. Quick flip over far side. What a time to elect to do that. Blocked away, sent on goal with the left hand by Tony. Tommy. Good to go 2 to the 5. Intercepted by Spredeman.
That was a shot, I think. Tommy was going for that was a shot that Tommy won World
For the
with
win.
last year. That off the wall.
And there it is as Tony finds the hole after trailing 2-0. Tony Spredeman comes back with an extraordinary effort in the last 3 to win the match 4-5, 3-5, 5-4, 5-3, 5-4, rather 6-4 to claim the championship. What a match, what a performance by Spredeman down the stretch. And once again, Tony is the champ.
I think Tommy was trying to shoot that. Remember how he closed out last year World Singles on Tornado? He tried a couple passes, got blocked, and came back to him, and he's running out of time. And then he went off the wall with the 2-bar and scored it out of the back off the wall. And I think he tried that same shot right there, and it didn't go where he wanted it to. Tony got it and put it away.
All right, another great match, and that wraps up our open competition for today as Sullivan Rue wins singles. Tony Spredeman also winning men's singles in what has been an outstanding day of table soccer here in Dallas. Hi, everybody. It's Jim Stevens. Joined in the booth by Michael Stahl,
Hey, hey. Thanks for having me, Jim.
Director of Foosball Clubs USA. Is that what we're calling you?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Well, I will not do that. And we've got the final here of Junior Under 16.
That's right. Big block there by Cole.
So it's Cole Nestle on the right, Noah Spray on the left.
Cole Nessel.
Nessel.
Yep.
Okay.
So we got 2 juniors from a Foosball Clubs USA official club out of Rockford, Michigan, of all places. This is a 2 out of 3 match.
So these are 2 kids you know very well. I mean, you're also, of course, from the state of Michigan and doing such a great job with the youth
Thanks,
of American foosball.
Yeah, it's been fun. We're up to 80 youth foosball locations in 23 states and 69 cities.
And how can people get involved if they'd like to get a program at their local school or contribute to the cause? What can they do?
Yeah, so the goal is to donate 100 tables per year. And if you want to get involved, you can apply at foosballclubsusa.com.
That's foosballclubsusa.com. I don't think there's a score here, although it kind of looks like Cole has half a point. No, he's got a full one. Okay, so it's 1-1 here in game 1. Is this best 2 out of 3?
Yep. Single elimination Swiss system here. You know, these 2 go head-to-head at school all the time. And Cole told me that Noah typically comes out on top.
All right. So, but in the lights on table 1 with cameras on you, who knows? I mean,
who knows?
Who is going to perform under those circumstances in that environment?
Yeah.
Here's Cole finding the hole down the middle to make it 2-1.
I got to say, Jim, it's really awesome to see you commentating at this event. Foosball's sorely missed you. It's been really great to see you out here, man.
Yeah, it's good to get out of the house every once in a while and visit some old friends and watch some great foosball, including the 16 and under. And these kids both very talented players, you can see.
Yep.
And both out of the Foosball USA program.
Yes, sir. You know, what's funny is that their school had a foosball club. Sorry, the coach who runs their program, his name is Derek Dillon, and he's the dean of students at the Rockford Middle School, Rockford East. There's also Rockford North that we had a club at as well, and there was one at the Freshman Center in their district. Derek was the dean at the Freshman Center, and he had about a few hundred kids playing every day on like 5 or 6 different tables. Before I even knew, they didn't know about foosball clubs, and we didn't know about them, and this was a few years ago. Derek had moved to Rockford East, and I helped him get some new tables, and we've been giving him some resources in our curriculum. And so these kids are a product of that program.
And it's great. I mean, it's an after-school program for kids maybe who want to be athletes but can't necessarily play baseball, basketball, football, track, or whatever, but can get on a table and be an athlete. You know, and sometimes these are kids from difficult situations as well who find something, find a group that they can be part of and get out there and compete. Now, we know how addictive foosball can be in a good way, and it's great to have direction from teachers, from coaches, from you.
Yeah, it's been good, man. It's been very therapeutic for the man on the right. I know for sure. He's been open with me about his story, Noah Spray. He kind of had some trouble, in school, and foosball actually helped him get more focused, and he's doing better academically because of his involvement in the club, which has been really great. We hope that a lot of our students can have that same effect if they are struggling in different ways.
Yeah, Noah leading 3-2 here in game number 1. And there's Cole.
Big shot there by Cole to tie it
3-3. Now, who do you say usually comes out on top in this matchup?
So Noah typically wins this matchup. Cole said, "I'm afraid," before he started this. I told him, "Hey, it's good to have healthy fear, but just don't let it consume you." And he told me, he said he won't.
Looks like a pretty even matchup so far. We're even at 3 here in game number 1.
Yeah, it's been really cool watching Noah play on tour. Cole came out to the Illinois State Championships. Noah's been to TKO. He went to Louisiana State, where he won junior singles. And yeah, he's been out. Also Wisconsin State, where he took second. So Noah's more seasoned. Cole is just getting out on the scene a little bit more here, which has been fun to watch.
3-3 here in game one. It's a good timeout called by Noah.
Yep.
We'll put it back into play and set up the snake shot.
Yeah, Noah's been working more on his game management and more mental stuff lately. And because physically his game is really, it's come along nicely.
And it's good to establish that part of the game, the table management side of things, early. You get in the habit of using timeouts and taking advantage of opportunities. And still tied at 3 here in game one. Well, it's such an important project, and I know, the great John O'Brien, who unfortunately passed away and was a one-of-a-kind guy and was doing great things with Foosball USA, and of course you now have stepped in and continued the legacy that he certainly started and was such a big part of early on. But tough shoes to fill for sure.
No doubt. I'm really grateful for the opportunity, and I think John was a good friend of mine too. He actually asked me to get involved during COVID, but I was working for Inside Foos at the time, doing some video editing, and told him no. And then after I heard of his passing, and I just kind of saw foosball clubs was fizzling out a little bit, just not as much action going on.
Timeout called here, even at 4.
Really smart timeout by Cole. I started to get involved. I reached out, and then the rest is history. But yeah, certainly big shoes to fill, and God willing.
Even at 4. Cole looking to close out game number 1. He sets up the snake shot. Shot attempt blocked by Noah back the other way. And it's got to be fun for the kids, certainly on one level, to be in front of the crowds and with the lights and the cameras and a couple of guys up here talking about them. But it's also got to be a little nerve-wracking. It's not something they're necessarily accustomed to. They're used to playing foosball maybe with a couple of people watching and in the local lunchroom or gym or whatever. But a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, these two have, I believe, 9 tables at their school. And there's quite a few kids playing there, a few hundred. There was more women's doubles teams at their school than at Worlds one year.
That's great.
24, I think we had.
I guess technically that's girls doubles at that stage.
Yeah, true.
But
very true. Big
still
block.
even at 4. Yeah, and that one off the inside wall and in. And Cole Nessel able to pull out game number 1. He leads 1-0.
Yeah, it's been really cool watching these kids develop, and I come out to their school maybe a few times a month when I'm not traveling, and it's Derek Dillon does a great job. Shout out to him, club coach Derek Dillon out there.
And that's another key, right? I always, when it comes to education, teachers are so important. Having a good teacher, it's something you always remember your entire life. You had a teacher in 7th grade that maybe shifted you and redirected you in life, and certainly having a coach, someone who may not necessarily be a pro foosball player, but does it the right way. And of course, you have training programs to teach these individuals how to do it to some degree. But that is so important to have those people, those coaches, those foosball coaches, willing to take on this sort of thing and have an impact on these young people's lives.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably the most key thing.
Noah Spray has come out to get the first 2 of game number 2. Yeah, my kids are here this weekend. My son Kian and my daughter Ari.
They're getting big. They're growing up, man. It's really cool to see them out.
Yeah, Ari is 14. She'll be 15 in September. Kian will be 12 on Wednesday. Of course, Kian was born while I was here or on my way home from here back in 2014.
Yeah, a lot of miles on the road for you, man. Coming to these tournaments, and it's really amazing. Wow, big one there.
Yeah, there have been years where I have done, more than 75,000 miles driving and more than 100,000 miles flying.
Wow.
To foosball tournaments, and
that's insane.
Not anymore. Yeah, we come to a couple a year.
Yeah, it's
a beautiful shot there by Noah. Looking to get back into the match after losing the opening game. And he's a goal away from sending it to a third game. Looks like we've got a timeout here.
Cole taking some time to reflect. Good timeout. We worked really hard on getting some funding at foosball clubs. We were able to get a pretty sizable grant this year, and the foundation that awarded us the grant has challenged us to fundraise $150,000 this year, and if we do, they're going to renew the grant again. Big one there by Cole.
Short side pull shot makes it 4-2. So you got your work cut out for you.
Yes, sir. We do. We've been working really hard. In fact, need to get a little bit more going on the fundraising track, but I do believe we are on course to hit 50 clubs by August 14th.
So if people do want to donate, want to be a part of this, they go to Foosball Clubs USA, and there's a part of the portal that they can donate to the cause.
Yep, there is.
All right. We are encouraging all of you out there watching and listening to do so. It's such an important part of what's happening out on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I mean, I feel really good about how we're being, how we're utilizing the funds. We're being good stewards of the opportunity, and there's going to be a lot of great things coming. We just signed a deal with McDonald's. We're doing a big youth series in New York City this summer, leading up to the World Cup. FIFA heard about it, and they wanted to be a part of it, so now they are. And so this is going to be national visibility for foosball, for specifically the youth program. We're really excited.
Yeah, as well you should be.
Giving away $8,000 in educational grants for first through third at the finals. 8 qualifiers leading up to it. 3 boroughs and New Jersey.
That's great. That encompasses a lot of people.
It sure does. And without John O'Brien emailing some individuals before his passing, we would have never even have gotten the grant. An individual had gotten email years after John's passing.
Timeout called here by Noah.
And he reached out to us due to that cold outreach, really beyond kind of the grave. And, rest in peace, John. And we're definitely going to keep his legacy alive and see this through.
Noah will put it back into play and look to send this match to a third and final game.
As David Rapp was saying, at table number 1, we have some juniors playing. Y'all need to go check it out.
Shot attempt blocked by Cole. Noah again.
I'm gonna walk
Shot attempt, and Cole gets in the way again. He's done a nice job falling behind early, but hanging in there and not letting Noah put it away. And now he's cut the lead to 1.
Big
Cole
short
keeping the pressure on. Beautiful pass through the lane here by Spray. And he strokes it home. It's 1 game apiece. So this 16 and under junior final has gone down to 1 final game. A battle of a couple of young men from the state of Michigan. And stroking it home here is Spray to make it 1-0.
Big pull side by Noah. This is the finals of the U16 at the World Series. We got Noah Spray and Cole Nessel. This is the third game. Joined in the booth by Jim Stevens, the man. We are live on Facebook here.
1-0 lead for Noah Spray here in game number 3. Cole trying to get something going offensively. Made a nice little comeback in that second game. Trying to keep this third game close. And Spray able to grab it on the 3-rod.
Like to see Cole take a little bit more time there on the 2.
Noah Spray will set it up in snake shot position. Walk it and then stroke it home. It's 2-0. And a timeout called. Nothing lead for Noah Spray. Cole Nessel trying to get going here. And that one's going to come back to him. Big shot here for Cole. Spray there to make the block and take it away. Well, that's, and you know, another one of the keys, Michael, is these young players, teaching them early on how to play the game the right way, right? And not only in terms of the fundamentals of the sport, which are super important, but also when it comes to sportsmanship, when it comes down to how to compete and do it in a way where you respect the opponent and where you go about it, doing it the right way. And these are seeds that need to be planted early oftentimes. And when they are, it affects them throughout their lives, right?
Absolutely.
You learn a lot of things. I know you have, I have, we all have. Everyone who is here has learned life lessons from being a foosball player. And certainly it's important to establish that early for these young men and women, young boys and girls. That's a good timeout here called by Cole, understanding the importance of this possession.
Yeah, I'd like to see Cole take a little bit more time. Really great timeout for sure. I'm trying to think who took the first one, if it was Noah or if it was Cole.
I feel like Cole has called 2.
Yep, I think he's out.
That shot attempt taken away by Noah.
Nice little pickup there by Cole. This is the U16 finals. 2 Michigan boys battling for gold here.
Boy, Cole could use one. And he gets it here to that near side. Little jolt of energy here for Cole Nessel.
Nice ball pass by Noah.
Shannon going. Where you at, Shannon?
Cole there to make the block and take it away. That shot attempt just wide to the short side.
Taking his time. I like that.
Noah able to pick it up off the back wall. Try to bring it near side. Again, Cole there defensively. And back comes Cole down the middle. Kind of a reaction play. But we're even at 2.
Yeah, it's been a pretty even matchup so far, Jim.
It sure has. And the steal here by Cole Nessel. There's an opportunity here to surge ahead in this final game. But there is Noah to make the block as he posted him up with that 2-rod. It's a battle down on table number 1.
Yeah, these two play singles during lunch all the time. And there's another kid named Andrew Spears, who's probably one of the 3 best players, including those 2.
That's great. They were able to travel down here. Are they here with their parents?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
Their parents are really great people, and I helped kind of get them going here. And really, they've just kind of learned how it all works, and now they're doing it themselves. It's really awesome.
That's great
to see.
Parental support is so important, whether it's Little League, whether it's youth basketball, anything. Trust me, the parents are a big part of it. That's a nice shot up the table by Noah. He's back on top 3-2. Cole able to pick it up off the back wall, had it, lost it. Noah went with a quick one on the 5. Now we'll step into the forward position, and the left hook gets through. Championship point for Noah Spray.
When this is over, I'm going to head down for an interview with these kiddos.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, Michael, as we close out this final, just keep up all the great work that you're doing. And, of course, you know, it's a team effort. Everyone out there listening, everyone here this weekend needs to be a part of this. It is so vitally important, not just for foosball, but for the lives of these young people. And foosball can be such a positive force in the youth of America.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for commentating the final. Really appreciate everything you do, man.
Yeah, I don't only commentate old people, you know. And that one back into the goal, and there it is. So Noah Spray has defeated Cole Nessel in the final, winning 5-2 in the 3rd game to win the 2026 ITSF Under-16 Junior Singles Championship.
say something?